Hey, folks. Hey, little snafu at the beginning there. All's well now. Hey, it's good to see y'all. Hey. I got to pop out my chat here so that I can get the YouTube side over here onto my StreamYards. Boom, boom. Takes just a moment. I'm just about there. Okay, looks like we're going to be able to get this up there. There we go. Looks good. Hey, Washington County News Station. Good to see ya. Hi. Hi. Yeah, it's been a whole week since I've been anywhere near the internet. So I've had about an hour that I was able to take a look at what's been going on out in the internet world, and I got a lot of catching up to do. An awful lot. We're going to give this a little while and let some folks hop in. I don't know if Freeman James is still out there. I saw earlier that he had left an early comment. If he's not still there, I'm sure he will be back. There we go. We got another person jumped in the house. Good deal. Good deal. I had an excellent week. There he is. There's James. Yeah, I got back into town this afternoon. I think it was about 2:30, 3 o'clock. I took my sweet time coming home from camp today and had a bunch of other running around to do, so I did that. Hey, Mike, good to see ya. It's been a while. Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been a whole week, but then in a sense, it seems like it's been forever. Usually a week out at camp, boy, it just like that, and it's gone. And this week, it actually felt like a good full week. It felt like a good full week. Yeah, we're getting a few more folks in the house. That's good. As usual, probably about 7:30, I'll do the Sty Story. I have some folks that are out at camp that. Hi, Lynn. Hi. Yeah, I got folks out at camp that are going to try to catch a little bit of the stream tonight. He said that his data plan is just enough that he thinks he can catch part of the stream tonight. Hopefully he can pop in. I sure hope he does. So yeah, his name's Travis, and I want to do a little bit of a shout out for his channel tonight. I'm surprised we're not seeing Andy yet. Boy, I hope you all had a good week. When I miss a stream during the week, I sometimes I start to wonder, is everybody doing okay? And this camera of mine. There we go. I don't know where Cheesy is. I don't know where he is. I knew that he was real busy right up until this coming week, that there was all kinds of things going on, and I'm not sure if he was going to be available this Sunday or not. He was hoping to make it out to camp see me out at camp, but he wasn't able to make it, which was all right because he was going to bring his boat out, and the weather wasn't good on that day, the day he was going to be there. It wouldn't have been the best day to be out on the boat. The weather out there was unseasonably odd. That's all I can say is that it was odd. Rain, hailstorm, more rain. Then it cleared up, and it was cold as sin. It was just cold. That one day, it hit 60 degrees was the high for the day with wind. My kayak didn't see water all week until yesterday. Yesterday, I put it in the lake and went with these new friends of mine. We paddled paddled down Black Creek, which is a small river that comes out of Black Lake, and that was pretty fun. Hey, Bradley, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Oh, James is asking how my foot is. Yesterday, if you would have asked me, I would have said, "Don't even think I ever injured it." Today, I'm feeling it. Well, I felt it last night. It actually during the week, the ankle did pretty good. The ankle did pretty good. But at night, in the evenings, oh, it hurt like the devil. Hurt like the devil. And it's hurting pretty good again tonight. And it's a little more swollen tonight than it was all week. And that's because of yesterday. I had to portage the kayak twice, and there was a lot of hiking and walking. There's Andy K. No need to say the bus was late. In fact, it still ain't turned up as they stopped running about 8. Yeah, you got to make sure that the bus is running and before you start waiting for it, Andy. It's so good to see you, Andy. Whoa. Yeah, I see. So there was a hurricane threatening the coast there, eh? I see. I know nothing. I know nothing of the broader world. All I know is Black Lake for the last 7 days, right up until 3 o'clock this afternoon. I've had no contact with the outside world to say per se. I didn't break anything this. Oh, hiding the ball. Andy, I didn't break anything this week. In fact, I guess I'd say I broke a record. I got through a week without hurting something. uh, uh, right. Deep breath. Yeah. No, it was a great camp this week. I'll talk about it a little more in depth after the Sty story tonight, but yeah, oh, lots of going on. You guys will see me doing this a lot tonight. I don't have my good glasses for doing this. They're out in the truck on the dash, and it would take me over 5 minutes to run down, get to the truck, get them, get back up here, so wouldn't have to live without them and just do this once in a while to see the chat. But Bradley's saying I spent a couple of days camping myself, me and the wife. Got into a yelling match and disagreement with my wife. Oh no, that's too bad. That was hard work with the COPD. No, actually, I didn't run out of breath at all. I did a good job. Paddled down the river and back, and paddled around the lake for a couple hours, and did some fishing, but didn't have much luck. I had two strikes on that bait on the one bright green worm that I got from Crystal over at R5 Adventures, but I didn't set the hook on either one of them and caught a bunch of sunfish. I didn't film anything because I didn't catch anything, other than the sunfish. And I wasn't filming that, catching a bunch of little bluegills. How are how many church ladies to keep you warm? Didn't need no church ladies. Yeah, Nabol, I see you asked to join the Sty Shack. We'll get you approved in there right away. I got someone else I got to approve yet tonight. I'll do that after the stream. Lynn keeps saying no, so I still got no wife. I don't know if it's in the post or not, Andy. Don't know. Didn't hit the post office. Came straight home. I'll be heading over there mid-morning tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be there because I left Crystal. I watched her and Gil's videos their streams as much as I could. Watched them suffer, and I was able to leave a comment on hers and a thumbs up on Gil's. I got to go back and leave a comment, but I told her, I said, I'll be doing mine. That's something I'll let you guys know. I'll be posting up a notice, but I'll be doing mine Thursday night around the campfire. Ew. I figure around the campfire, something hot, spicy. Yeah, around the campfire. We'll do it Thursday night. Oh, you were you were demanded to do something, and when you didn't, that's when it went downhill. Yeah, that happens. Hey, Eileen, good to see ya. Great to see you, girl. I'm good. I'm good. I'm kind of tired. I I had a really good week and all the fresh air and everything. Yeah, I feel kind of tired. Yeah, Andy. Yeah, I watched both of them. I think I'm going to do about as good as Gil. There's no way I'm doing what Crystal did. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. I might get. I told Crystal she wins. The best I can hope for is to match or pass up Gil. Uh, yeah, yeah. And like you guys, they're talking away about how much suffering they did, and then Andy, they're saying, "Oh yeah, now watch Sty. He's a cool cat and all this. He'll be so composed." I don't think so on this one. I don't think I'm going to be that composed. And then Andy goes, "Yeah, and he's got a heart condition." And I'm watching those two, and I'm going, "Yeah, yeah." I'm going to be running my air conditioner and getting it ice cold in here and let that thing run right through the stream. Because if that stinking candy bar kills me, they won't come and find me for at least a week. So I'll still be fresh. I'll have the air on. Yeah, Lynn, you're right. Um, R5 is the boss. She's the boss. She nailed it. Even with all the spitting and choking, she nailed it. It was entertaining, yeah. Yeah, Andy. In Gills, when you said, "Oh, I should have gone before he started this." Yeah, I thought, yeah, at least from his chest down, we couldn't see how wet he was making the floor. old Andy just holding it and laughing. Yeah, I get the jump leads, Andy. Yeah, I have a defibrillator sitting there on the table. Bradley said, she said, I'll take your truck. Then I said, oh, really? The minute you leave out the driveway, I'm calling the law to report my truck stolen. Well, I hope you get that resolved, Bradley. And he says, by the time I said that, it was far too late. Yeah. You look pretty uncomfortable there for a moment. It's like, oh, 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 oh. And you're kind of looking off screen like you're going to make a mad dash. Then you resituated yourself. And I thought, maybe it's not a problem anymore. James says Andy was the one I loved his reaction there. Yeah, yeah. Andy was. Now I know why he spent the money. He was for Andy. That was worth the entertainment. Yeah. Gil's really wow, wow, wow. Yeah, he. Uh, I didn't mind watching Crystals because everything she went through was kind of what I expected. And I thought, oh man, that's going to be tough, tough, tough. And there's no way I'm going to be able to do multiple pieces. And then, then I watched Gil's because I watched hers first. When I saw Gil, I said, oh my gosh, Gil dancing around, running out of the room for more milk. I thought, why didn't you just bring a gallon to the table? You know, oh, I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to have all kinds of things around me, including the phone with one touch dial for 911. But you guys can count on. I see Eileen saying, "Don't do it, Sty." Now I'm going to do it. But I may not get any farther than Gil. One piece. I may not get any further than that. Um, we'll see. We'll see. But I I am not going to go to the point where I actually believe that I'm risking my health. I'm not going to do it. No. Andy said marriage is the choice of two wrong answers. Either way, yeah, it's just depth which will vary. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, sometimes in a disagreement, nobody's wrong. That's, yeah, yeah. It's tough. It's tough for a person to realize sometimes that takes two to tango. Yeah. But sometimes someone doesn't want to quit tangoing. It's when you try to stop it, let it resolve itself, and someone doesn't want to give it up, then it just escalates and escalates. And that's when one person has to break away and just say, nope, another way on another day. Yeah. Yeah. And the freedom to doing exactly what your wife says. And then Lynn says, and like it. Yeah. Yeah. The, I think I can handle it a little better than Gil. Not much, but a little better. A little better. Yeah, that's the one thing I thought with Gil is because he was really into the milk. He was depending on the milk. And he had to keep running for it. I would have brought the whole gallon right to the table. The Yeah, and I'm gonna have my ice cream. My ice cream, my honey. I see Gil tried using honey and he didn't get much in his mouth. It took forever to come. You got to have kind of a full, no matter what size bottle, kind of full so you can squeeze it and just get all you want, Don't wait for it. Yeah, yeah. Crystal's still feeling the effects from it today, and I can understand why. I can understand why. She darn near did the whole bar. I mean, you know, she might have lost some of it, and then there was one piece left or something, two pieces, one or two pieces. But she got so much in her that, oh yeah, she's got to be feeling it today. Chuck says, "What are we eating now?" We're not eating nothing here until Thursday. I'm going to do that world's hottest chocolate bar Thursday. Well, I'm going to do 1/12 of it is what I'm planning on. And the good Lord's willing, I'll have a sign and it'll say, go ahead and do the second piece. After watching people, all the videos, I watched everything I could find on YouTube. And then watching Crystal and Gil, yeah, even if I made it to 2, I wouldn't make it to 3. It's good to see you, Chuck. I didn't fall on my butt once this week, Chuck. I watched every step I took. I did not put up my hammock this week, though. 2 days I was tempted to put it up, but I decided, nah, I don't need the hammock this week. And but I did have a wonderful camp this week. Oh, it was great. Andy, someone mentioned food. uh, oh yeah. Wait till you hear how I ate out at camp. This after the Sty story, I'll fill you in on camp more. But oh yeah, Sty sure didn't go hungry. I'm sitting here right now with a bag of grapes by me, and I'm snacking on grapes because I just do not feel hungry. And the foot's doing good. The ankle is doing pretty good. It's swollen tonight, but then that makes sense because I was lazying around and didn't start breaking camp down till about, 9:30 this morning. Well, yeah, about 9:30. And I got it broke down, ready to go by 11 because I took my sweet time and I finally got out of camp around noon and I had something come up that delayed me about 45 minutes and then another couple hours getting home because I dallied around and I did a little walking on a trail. Halfway home, I found a place I wanted to check out. So yeah, the ankle kind of flared up. Sugar levels were good all week, Andy. Very good. Actually, normal. They were in the normal range all week. Oh, put the remainder of the chocolate in the noodles. Yeah, I saw that you were over there, James, watching them. Yeah, they're nuts if they do. We'll see how this goes. I don't know if I'll do the noodles or not. I mean, why go from something super hot like that down to noodles? Yeah. And I think these challenges, Ty's going to put those on the back burner for a while after this next one. Linda, I'm literally your link, Sandy. Is it another commercial about cars? uh, Chuck, I had little range therapy yesterday, 7 boxes of 12 gauge and a whole host of 9 mils. Now I have 2 dirty guns and a bruised shoulder and an empty wallet. Yeah, I can see all of the above, Chuck. It does in a hurry, don't it? Yeah, you go out and have a day at the range. Ching ching, and a few aches and pains, and a lot of gun cleaning to do. Yeah, Andy, the reply would have been harsh. You suggesting anything for a while to those two might be have a harsh reply. Yeah, there I could fake it, eh? And just use the good noodles. I did have 1 pack of noodles in camp this week. I managed to squeeze in a pack of noodles through all the other food I got to eat. Eileen saying Gil already said after his retake on the noodles, no more challenges for him. Yeah, I don't blame him. They're fun. They're fun, but uh, you know, I figure, I don't mind people having fun due to my misery, but for me, I want to have some fun too, and that means not being miserable. So there's got to be a happy medium. I watch some of these people that do every stinking challenge under the sun. They just keep doing it, doing it, doing it, and I. But then again, I think they like being miserable. So yeah, there is a limit, James. And he's going to send him a challenge, and I bet he completes it with honors. Oh, you're going to send him something that he ends up really enjoying. Cool. Boy, you're talking about that link. I'm going to have to go back and check that link out and see what the heck you guys are talking about. Speaking of links, I'm going to um, pop a link up here, guys. If you get a chance, check this channel out um, and and show them a little support. Check out a few of their videos. They are a new channel. They were kind of testing the waters, and now after this week, us spending almost 4 days together, they're up and that they want to get going. They want to really do their channel up, and I sure hope they're successful. But here's their link if anybody could check them out. Check them out in the future. Leave them a thumbs. Watch a video. Leave a comment. Give them a thumbs up and sub. They only got, I think, 12 subs, 11 subs. They're a new channel. They weren't doing any trying to do anything real seriously, but now they are, and they want to eventually get to the point where they can live stream from the campgrounds. They're hosts at the campground that I've been going to. Very nice young couple with 2 beautiful little daughters. Yeah, wonderful people. Hey, Native Grammy. Boo, there's the eyeballs. I haven't seen them eyeballs for a week. There you go, Andy. Yeah. Pop them up, put them in a tab, catch it after the stream. Yep, Destinations Great Lakes. Um, eh, yeah, they're great folks. Great folks. Yeah, they're the hosts out there, and of course they needed to be there over Labor Day weekend here, and they pulled in. I'm trying to remember what day they pulled in. Either Thursday or Friday. I think it was Friday morning. And I met them right away, right from the get go. They weren't even done getting their camp set up. And boy, we all just hit it off right away. And they helped make the tail end of my camping trip quite rewarding. They have a nice canoe, and their whole family piled in that canoe, and they paddled to the other end of the lake, met me over there, and then we portaged to the mouth of the river and went down the river together and back. And yeah, we had a really good time. Every day, every evening, getting together and chatting. And like I said earlier, they're going to try to catch some of this stream. He's got a hot spot out there at camp, but he's got limited data, so it's tough for him to be able to catch anything up, because he runs out of data. But he's working on that. He's working on it, so he's going to be able to live stream next summer while they're hosting. They're going to host the same campground next summer, which is great. Absolutely great. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Andy. Hey, Andy, after the Sty story, I may want to pull you up if you're available on the panel. Haven't seen you for a week. Hey, Wandering Nature, good to see ya. Yes, I had a good time. Oh, and after my Sty story, Wandering Nature, I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple I met that are going to be living the van life. They've been living it for 3 months so far. They only planned on doing 4 months, and now it sounds like they're going to be out there forever. They'll probably show up over at your channel because I mentioned you and they wrote your channel name down. So I told them, go over there and check out Wandering Nature. You'll love her van. And they got a big Freightliner van. It's a pretty awesome van. And, they're tricking it out, they're making it home. And I told them, I said, oh, you got to go see Wandering Nature and how she set her van up. And they were a little excited about that. So, and he says, let me put some clothes on first. That'd be the first time in 2 weeks that he's had anything but maybe a pair of sweatpants on or something. I'm sitting here in a sleeveless and my shorts because not my shorts, a pair of regular shorts. It's too cold out at camp. Otherwise, hey, David, Beastly Ironworks just come in the Sty Shack. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm just going to get started on the Sty story. It'll be kind of a short Sty story tonight. And the Sty story involves a little bit of pain and suffering, so hopefully I don't make people cringe too much. Yeah. It was awful cool all week this week. Unseasonably cold. Yeah. Andy and Lynn have been going at it here. That's funny. Yes, Bradley, I ate like a pig this week. Oh, and you'll hear about it after the Sty story. I'm going to fill folks in on just what I was eating out at camp. Because I didn't expect to eat like that, but boy, I sure did. Okay, I'm going to get on with the Sty story. Get it out of the way. This Sty story goes back to our days out in Montana, and the title of it is I Think That's Broke. Well, okay. When we moved out there in a big caravan, 5 families. I've told that story before. We got out there on a big parcel of land, and we're going to develop that piece of land together. And David, thank you. You don't have to do that, man. You don't have to do that. But thank you much, man. I'm going to put that up here with my ugly face. But I think I am. Sure, I am. I just got to be on the right page. There we go. Check it out, folks. Crazy Dave. Oh, I missed all of you. So, anyway, out there in Montana, we decided to break away from this group of people and strike out on our own. So we did. And we lived about 10 miles from that original homestead. Well, one day, some of those folks stopped over at our place and said, "Hey, all the kids want to go sliding and blah, blah, blah. And they'd like your kids to come and hang out with them." And I said, "Yeah, sounds cool to me." So they hauled our 4 kids with them over to their house. Well, on that property, there was this one hill, and it's probably 300 yards from the top to the bottom. There's kind of like an old logging trail that went down that hill. The skidders used to run up and down that hill. Well, in the winter, perfect sliding hill, right? It's about 10 feet wide open all the way down through the woods and out into a meadow that was about 2-acre meadow. So you come off the bottom and you fly out into that meadow. Then you climb back up and do it again. So yeah, kids are going to have a blast. So the ex-wife and I we're sitting at home enjoying a nice fire in the fireplace, and all of a sudden we get a phone call. "We need you over here right away." And I go, it was the mother of one of the groups of kids that were there. "Need you over here right away." I said, "Why? What's wrong?" She said, "It's an emergency. We think it's an emergency." And I said, "Okay, how bad?" And she said, "Well, you just need to get over here." And I said, "Okay, give us some information. So we take off over there, and we get there, and I go, "And what's the emergency?" And here's my oldest daughter. At the time, she's about 6 or 7 years old. They have her sitting in a chair by their kitchen. And the gal says to me, "Look, I think that's broke." And I turned and looked at my daughter. And my daughter's arm, from the elbow to the wrist, is at a 45-degree angle. She's wearing a snowmobile suit, a one-piece snowmobile suit. And you could see the dramatic 45-degree angle of that arm between the elbow and the wrist. And I go, "You think that's broke?" And she said, "Yeah, I think it could be." I said, "My God, woman," I had to took out my knife, and I had to cut this jacket from the front down the sleeve all the way down. Got the jacket off of her arm, and sure enough, it was broken. It's at a 45-degree angle. And I said, "How in the world did that happen?" Because it was such an odd break that direction. If it was from front forward or backward, that's like an impact break or something. But sideways like that, it's like somebody took her arm and broke it in half. Here she was sliding down that hill, and there were roots of trees that had blown over all along the edges of that hillside, and her arm got in between those roots, and it snapped her arm in half. That hill was almost 3/4 of a mile from their house. And that little girl, cradling that broken arm, walked by herself because all the other kids were having too much fun to go with her. They said, if you're hurt, just go back to the house. Go back to the. And she said, but I think I broke my arm. And they said, it's not broke. Just go to the house. You're no fun. And that poor little girl walked 3/4 of a mile after dark, all alone in the Montana backwoods, through the timber, all the way to this person's house, all alone. Got there, and I found out later they made her sit there. They said, you might have just bruised it bad. They hadn't called us for almost an hour after she got to their house. Well, it had to have taken her a half hour to walk there through the snow. So at least an hour and a half to 2 hours had gone by. Oh, we raised holy cane over that. And they're going, well, you're not going to sue us or anything. I said, come on, you people have known me for years. You know I'm not going to sue you, but you got to be responsible adults. Your parents, you got 3 kids out there. What if one of them's laying out there hurt right now? Well, then they started getting nervous. And I said, oh, now you're getting the point. I said, my gosh. I said, my little girl busted arm for 2 hours and nobody's believing her. And I walk in the door and you say, look, that looks like it's broke. My gosh. I said, you should have been calling us and saying your daughter's on the way to the emergency room right now. Not, you need to come over and look, check her out. Because we think that's broke. That might be broke. Well, I was just going to take her to the hospital myself, but I could tell she was literally getting to the point where she was close to going into shock. So I said, no, we're not risking it. Called the ambulance. Took another 20 minutes for the ambulance to get there. They get her in the ambulance, and the nice thing is they gave her some pain meds to control the pain and kept her good and warm all the way to the hospital. We get there, and then we find out, that was the heartbreaking part, is we find out that they had to finish the brakes. They couldn't set it because basically it was splinters. And so the bones were bent at a 45-degree angle and splintered. And they were trying, but they couldn't get it to reset. So they had to finish the break in both bones. There's 2 bones in your arm there. Had to break them both. That was the worst pain thing I've ever witnessed. I mean, I witnessed some horrific injuries and pain to go with it. The folks, the pain they suffered. But that little girl, they did nothing. They did nothing other than gave her a couple of shots of local anesthesia, to deaden, basically, as Novocaine, around the breaks, and then they finished breaking her arm, and then they would set x-ray, reset x-ray until they got those bones lined up. And it took them an hour and 15 minutes and about 7 attempts to finally get the bones where they belonged and got them reset. They put her in a cast, and they asked me, they said, do you want her to go home? You want to take her home? Because you can't. I said, no, I want you to put her in this hospital. I want you to give her a nice warm bed. I want you to give her, if she wants a gallon of ice cream, give it to her. I said, you pamper her to death. We'll be out in this lobby snoozing in a chair, and we'll take her home tomorrow morning after you feed her a queen's breakfast. After what you did to her, you need to earn back some confidence in medical help, because you guys scare the hell out of her right now. And I want to see you guys earn that respect for you guys back. And they did. They, I mean, they treated her like a princess. And we took her home the next morning, and nobody could believe it. Here she is in this big cast, and it was bad enough. They casted right around her hand. They didn't want her bending her wrist because the muscles moving in that arm. Because I mean the resets were tricky enough the way it was. They didn't want nothing moving, and she healed up perfectly fine. She healed up perfectly fine. But um, I've always been one where I don't like to say, "Oh, I think that's bad," or "I think that's broke." It's we're not taking any chances. We're getting that person to some medical care, and then we'll find out. Well, then we'll know. Nobody has to think about it at all. Um, I was always one. I doctored my own children many, many times. I got another Sty story about my youngest son almost losing an eye, and I doctored him. And oh, he also got a big, huge, those big wooden toothpicks, the round ones. He got one of them shoved right through his foot and broke off. Over half of that toothpick was embedded in his foot, and it turned and it went lateral to the hole, so I couldn't get it to walk itself back out. And there's a big story about that one. But I would doctor my own kids. But there's things I can't doctor, and that arm was one of them. She'd be walking around with an odd shaped arm today if I had to reset it. And I don't know if I would have had the heart to watch her go through that kind of pain. When they were resetting it, my ex-wife barely made it out of the room before she fainted. And I mean, I had the EBGBs, and I could not. It got to the point where my little girl didn't even know I was there. I mean, she was in so much excruciating pain while they're doing it. I sidestepped out of there too. I couldn't stand to see any any little kid go through that kind of pain. So, but there you go. It's kind of another tragedy in the backcountry. Um, my kids must get it from me, getting hurt out in the woods all the time. Yeah, I feel bad for them if they got it from me. Okay, I'm gonna see. See, that wasn't a very long side story. I'm gonna see what you guys been chatting about. Um, oh, okay, okay. You guys just chatting there. Da 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 da. Um, yeah, wandering nature. It was awful. Hey, old man, great to see you. You're never too late. And he's still popping up recipes. Yeah, they were kind of out to lunch. I couldn't believe that they let her sit there for so long either. Um, and like I said, we didn't find out till later that she had sat there all that time in their house before they finally decided to call us. And but we found out later from another couple that lives there with them that their discussion about it was that I'd be very upset about it if it is broken, and that that they were so worried they'd get sued. Well, what? Why would I sue them? My kid was sliding. That's all. That's a good one, David. Haha. Thanks, Andy. How did you know the only thing she does better than drive me crazy is cook? Yoren. Good morning, Yoren. Yep, Andy, you're using one of my favorite lines. Dave, how can your issues drive you anywhere you're already at? Yeah. Can't drive me crazy. I'm already there. And he says, Sty, if you were a proper bushcrafter, you would have whittled your girl a new arm and replaced it with natural cordage attaching it to the shoulder. Well, of course. There you go, folks. There's Destination Great Lakes. Hello, Travis and Stephanie and the girls, Virginia and Maddie. Those are the folks I met out at camp. There they are. Go to the three dots. You can click on it, take you right to their channel. They're upstarting folks on YouTube. And I want so much to see them grow and move ahead. So get over there and share some love with them. We're going to be doing some collaborations next summer, me and those folks. So, yeah, go check them out. They're saying, hello, Sty, we made it. We just finished cleaning out the campsites of those who left today. Yep. Hopefully you didn't find anything in mine. I raked and shoveled my fire pit and cleaned out all the debris in it. I found a little down deep that it's probably from last year, but I raked pretty deep. It's great to see you folks. They are great folks, so. um, David, Beasley Ironworks. Oh my, Mike is here. Now we can start the party. Okay. And Wandering Nature had to step out a little bit. I'm getting caught up. Yes, everybody say hi to Destination Great Lakes. And by the way, Travis and Stephanie, Stephanie, you did a great job on the Edmund Fitzgerald tribute. And I did leave a comment on it. We lost he was more of an acquaintance, but we were really close friends with his sister, and that's Michael Armagost. Michael E. Armagost. Mike was lost on the Edmund Fitzgerald, November 10th, 1975. He went down in the deep of Lake Superior, and Lake Superior never gives up its dead. They never found any of those 29 fellas that went down with that boat. But I liked that. I really loved that you did that tribute. I was thinking of doing a tribute this year myself, and then I saw one on your channel. First time I got to visit their channel. And I'm going, oh boy, that's kind of hard act to follow. You'll find here, Destination Great Lakes, that I've got the best folks here. You're more than welcome here. You'll fit right in with these folks. Oh, and there's Aristocratic Order of Prussian Hunters. Just for Andy. Perusian Hunters. How's it going, Alexander? Thanks, Lynn, for checking them out. Yeah, like I said, they're just fresh. They're just coming into YouTube. And, you know, they dabbled a little bit for a while and done a few videos, but they're going to be, yeah, there'll be something to follow in the months and years to come, I think. I think it's going to go good for them. They're both very ambitious people. Yeah, Alexander, I just got home from camping 3:00 this afternoon, so don't feel bad. trying to get kind of caught up. Travis is saying your site was really great. We were recording a video on hosting duties, and we gave you a shout out for how clean your site was. Oh, well, you didn't have to do that. Oh, thanks. I like to leave it, if I can, leave it a little better than I found it, But out at your campground, it's always user ready, every time I've been there. So that goes to the hosts. These folks, these hosts, they go to every campsite after a camper leaves. They clean out the fire pits, make sure they're all cleaned out. There's not a bunch of debris in it, aluminum foil, cans, plastic, all that garbage people throwing them. They clean all that out, get it out of the fire pits. They go around, they pick up the whole site. Yeah, they're pretty awesome. They're pretty awesome hosts, I'm telling you. Oh, you gave me one for a spare tab. I have a couple spares yet. Uh-oh. Oh, geez. Andy, those ones that you show me where they start right out and it's just already looks delicious before they start doing anything? Just are trouble. Am I buffering, David? I shouldn't be buffering. On this side, it looks okay. And I don't use buffering. I use bear. Hey, go fish. Good to see you, go fish. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Dave, for saying hi to Great Lakes. Alexander said if we lose them, storm, knocked out power or internet out. Yeah. Yeah. And Alexander is saying all is well, filling up kerosene lamps in case the power goes out. Stocked up on butane for my Avanti butane stove today. Pretty eventful week. Got my new rifle on the way. Pretty excited for that. Yeah, you betcha. Dojo, yo, Joe, Dojo's in the room. All my friends from the UK and all over the place. We got the ball in here. Yeah, yeah. Sty's international stream. Yeah. Hike with Mike was saying that the Florida's got it rough. Old man's got to raid the fridge. Oh, Yarn's going to do a live stream September 4th. That is good to know, Yarn. That is good to know. I just went and double checked. I wanted to make sure that I got your bell rang there, Yarn. No matter what my schedule, I will break into it to be there for a little bit at the minimum and make sure that you got that thumbs up and that view. Got yourself a can of Grizzly, huh, Alexander? Oh, destination. We're not buffering out there. That's cool. Yeah. He's using a Verizon jetpack out there, a hotspot. And that's great that he's able to get the stream. My foot's doing great, Yoren. It hurts tonight. It's swollen up again, but it'll be down normal again tomorrow. Just that I kind of pushed it today and a little bit yesterday. I went with Destination Great Lakes. And we did some paddling together. We went down a river a ways until we hit a beaver dam. Then we turned around and paddled back. And there was a short little portage involved. And I was wandering around barefoot all day with my kayak all afternoon and not wearing an ankle brace. And so, but it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt until late last night. It started to ache a little. And then I really pushed it today. Oh, wow. That's a heck of an offer, folks. Anybody that's got loved ones in the affected area, they can pass messages. He's a ham radio operator too. he, yeah. No, he's trying to trick out his camp system pretty good. He's got a couple of solar panels he's using, and he's looking to upgrade and trick all that stuff out. You'll have to watch his channel and just follow him along as he progresses and the things he does, and as he gets up there. And I told him we get him up there so that he can get monetized and start streaming. Maybe we can find some support because he's a teacher, so he's not. The teachers aren't rich men, not normal teachers, and yeah, school's back in session, so he's back to work. Um, so he, you know, down the road he'll be able. He could really use some of our help and support, help him get everything set up so that it's all things to improve his ability to do content and live streaming from remote areas like the campground they host. And yeah, so it'll be fun to watch their progression. I know I'm going to be following them. Well, I'll be camping next to them next summer, one way or another. Yeah, it's like I said, I've been so out of touch for a week. I didn't know there was a hurricane hitting Florida. Doggone it. Yeah, you got my prayers going out your way there, Mike, and everybody down there. Yeah, that's great timing. Lunchtime. Um, Yoren, for me, Dojo says, Sty, this guy hit 1,000 last night. You did, Dojo? See, I haven't had any time to check anybody's channels out, see how they've been doing this week. You hit 1,000? Oh, wonderful. And like I always preach to all of you, if Sty's going to get real preachy, one thing is check everybody out, check each other out. Make sure you're still subscribed to each other, support each other, keep our group nice and strong, promote everybody out. Yeah, let's help each other down the road. Oh, wow. Wondering nature. I ran to the store, turns out, with minutes to spare. Wow. I didn't hear about the second shooting. Hey, Andy, I see that. Asking Destination if they can get a hold of your twin brother, Goofy. I heard that Mickey and Minnie were getting a divorce because Mickey found out she was effing Goofy. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. Yeah, Alexander, that is a shame that that stuff happens. A scumbag on the highway, huh? Killed 8 and injured 22. That's nuts. Go Fish Dojo is awesome nice. He's awesome nice. Yeah. Wandering Nature says, Sty, I got a candy bar here just from the store now. There you go. You don't need any sweetening up. Okay. Mike says, hopefully he'll get a nice hike in tomorrow. Looking forward to it. It was cool to go to the gator nest and see the newly hatched babies. Did you get some footage out there at all? See, like I said, I've been gone, guys, 7 full days. I haven't seen nothing any of you have done. That is so awesome, Dojo. I'm so glad to hear you hit 1,000. I've been, well, I'm not surprised you hit 1,000. You're hanging around with the right folks. The word starts getting around. Yeah, thanks, Go Fish, for all the emojis. Yay, party time. Dojo hit a grand. Yep. Wandering Nature's going to the West Coast, not Texas this winter. Oh, yeah. Yeah. As long as you're south of all the hard winter, why not? Thanks, Yoran. Uh, Mike says, Sty, that is a great thing about going into the woods and not knowing what's going on. Nice to escape this world gone mad. Yes, it is. And then when you're out there like this last week, meeting people that are kind of kindred type spirit, then it's even more enjoyable when you can share frustrations sometimes and just kind of vent it a little bit. Yeah. And he says that weren't goofy that Minnie was with, but I ain't admitting nothing until settlement's been reached with Mickey. Couldn't tell the difference, could she? My trip was excellent, Go Fish. I had bad weather for the first few days. Then the rest of the week, it was cold for a couple of days, cold and windy, miserable to go out on the lake with the kayak. Kayak just sat in camp. And then yesterday, I was fortunate that the camp host, Great Lake Destinations Great Lakes, Travis, he says, "Well, my family and I were going to go paddle down the river, check out this beaver dam. You want to come along?" And I said, "You betcha." So I put the kayak on the dolly and hiked about the length of 1.5, 2 football fields down to the first boat landing and dropped it in, went down the lake, come out that landing, and they already were there and had portaged over to the other side. And by the time I put in, they were 5 minutes ahead of me, but I caught up with them because they were on their way back. They got to the beaver dam and they had turned around. They were just coming back, and they said, "Beaver dam's right back there." And then they turned around and followed me down to the beaver dam. I got footage of all that. You'll see it in the next week here coming up. Yeah, I'll get better. I get better. Okay. I'm jumping down. State trooper pulled a guy over for speeding. The trooper got out of his car, and the man shot the cop out of his back window and was shooting down many highways and shooting people. Then the police cornered him. Oh, man. And had a shootout. Yeah. Oh, boy. Shooting over a football game. Boneheads. Mike says, I haven't watched sports in years. I go hiking. I get healthy in body, mind, and spirit. Better than watching people play sports. I would have to agree. I would have to agree. Yeah, James. Yeah. Uh, oh, yeah. Yeah, that bar will settle things in a hurry there, Andy. The Well, I'll tell you folks a little bit about my week. There's videos to come. Um, First of all, things I planned on doing that never got done. I was going to do a couple little bushcrafting projects. They never got done. Sorry. They just didn't. I planned on hiking all the way around the lake. Didn't get done. I did some hiking, but not all the way around the lake. First day there, got camp. It was just like the first time out at camp there this year. Got there, got all my camp set up. Everything went like $1,000,000. Just to the point where now I can just relax a little bit. I got the afternoon and I can fix a nice dinner. And here came the rain. It stormed. And it stormed the second day. Had hail. Had a hailstorm. I got some film of that. Um, so I had 2 days, nothing but nasty weather. Third day, beautiful outside, no rain, clear skies, broken up clouds, but generally clear and cold as the devil. It got really cold at night. And the following day was the same way. Well, on those 2 days, even though they were really nice but chilly, running water, my boy, he showed up out there. He brought me some toys, a couple of new things, and he brought two different types of freshly smoked salmon. Oh, and a big jar of pickled herring. So him and I got to chatting away, and before we knew it, it was dark. And I said, "You in a hurry to go home?" And he goes, "Not really." I said, "Because I got extra tents with. We can set a tent up." He goes, "Oh, you think I came without a tent?" so so he spent the night and all the next day, and he didn't leave till after dark that following day. So we had a good time. My boy and I spent a good solid day and a half in that one night. Did a lot of catching up. We don't get to see each other. We get to see each other every month or two for a few hours. But we just don't have the opportunity to spend any serious time together. We got to camp together this week. So that ate up time I was going to be doing some of these other projects. Sorry, folks, but that's a rare opportunity I can spend with my boy. So he came first. The hello, Wanda. Hello, hello. Andy says, okay, we got 18 in the house and only 15 likes. Now, assuming one of them is cheese hiding in a corner in a block of cheese, that still leaves a few thumbs up needing hitting. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Andy. Um, see what I'm missing here. Um, yeah, Andy can get pretty creative. You don't have any illegal weapons. Alexander's looking for some wild boar hunting spots. Yeah, Lynn, the best laid plans. Yeah, sometimes the best laid plans get laid on the side. Yeah, that's the thing with the trail going around the lake. You gotta be willing to climb over, climb through, or go around because there's a lot of down timber. I talked to a few folks that took the hike around. They said, yeah, you're bushwhacking a lot of it because of the down timber. Be nice to get in there and clear it. Yeah, folks, if you think of it, hit that thumbs up for me. It's just right down there. It's so easy. Just click the thumbs up. Great to see you, Wanda. Dojo, cup of tea, anyone? I'm drinking coffee, but if you were right here, I'd say, yeah, I'll take a cup of tea, a couple sugars, and a little bit of cream. And Andy, he got right in line with that one. Yes, please, Dojo. Alexander said, Sty, if I shoot some boar, I will have to send you some wild boar sausage, maybe some boar bacon too. Ooh, wah, yah, wah. Fine apprentice he is, huh? Practice lots you must. Yeah, yeah. And you continue with your acquired advice, Andy. And breed you should not. Yeah, Bradley. Oh yeah, wandering nature. When I first got out to camp, my first day, I see a van coming around, and they went past my campsite, and I saw the license plate said Texas. Well, I took a stroll down to the restrooms, and out of one of the ladies' room comes this gal, and I recognized her from the van, and I said, "Did I see right? You folks are from Texas?" And we got to talking, and here they live just not far, real close to my family I have down there. So we chatted a little bit, and then I saw them the next morning. They were leaving camp. It was early in the morning. I went down to the restrooms again, and I was going to take a walk they called me into their camp, and I walked in, and that gal, she goes, "Does winter always start this early in Wisconsin?" I said, "This isn't winter." "Oh, this is winter where we're from, because it got pretty doggone cold. I mean, somebody said it got down to like 42 or 44 that night, and it pretty cold for September." And she thought it was winter. I said, "No, you need to visit here in the winter, because everything, look around, everything you see will be white except for the pine trees." I said, "And that lake out there, it'll be just as flat like it is now, except it'll be solid white because it's covered with ice and snow." "Oh, no," she said, "not me. I won't be here. Nope, won't do it." And then we got on the topic of bears, and she's scared to death of bears, just scared to death of bears. And they gave me their grand tour of their van, and yeah, neat couple of folks. "Ugly you are, Mr. K. Breed you should not." I love it. Thanks, Bradley. You're a little demanding there. Hit that thumbs up. Yep, Dojo's got our tea ready, Andy. We got to just go get it. Andy's stuck. He's definitely stuck tonight. Deliver you must. Hot it must be. Yeah, it's false fall. I agree. Yeah, it's false fall. Yeah. Travis over at Great Lakes saying, "We have my laptop sitting on a stump on the other side of the fire from us. It's just like the other night when you joined us for a few hours." Hey, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. You thought you guys had rid of me, didn't you? And there's Sty back in your camp tonight. I was in your camp earlier today. I'm telling you, folks, those folks over at Destination Great Lakes are just wonderful folks. They're two girls, love the outdoors. They're so imaginative. They're playing out there, and they're just young little girls, and they're out there playing and using their imaginations. And Travis says to his daughter Virginia, he says, "Show them what you have. Show them what you have." And she reaches, pulls her shirt up a little bit. She pulls out this sheath, and she pulls a really nice ferro rod and striker out of it. And I know how to start a fire with it. I loved it. I just loved it. It was she was adorable. Well, and so was Maddie, her sister. They're both adorable kids. Yeah, Mike says that's winter in his standards too. Yeah, down there in Florida. Yeah. Chuck's saying, "Sty, tracking says you should get your package back Tuesday. I just returned your box you sent me, minus the candy bar, of course. LOL. Oh, I got mail. Look at, I'll do a whole video. I'll spend all my time doing I got mail, and I'll open it and it's empty from Chuck. Chuck sent me some of the air from his neck of the woods. Oh, that's funny you say that, Andy. Bears are cute and cuddly. I love koalas, LOL. Yeah, my sister had a pen pal from Australia. This was, no, we're talking the 60s and early 70s. She sent us a picture. It was terrible. Both of her arms. A total of 23 stitches she ended up getting, as the koala bear that she was holding decided to go berserk. and clawed the living crap out of her. She said I'm from Australia. As far as I'm concerned, they can kill every one of them. I said, oh boy. She sent my sister this little stuffed koala bear for a souvenir. And she told my sister they wouldn't let me stuff a real one and send it to you. Hey, Andy, you want the link? Stumbling around a little bit. I should say, are you dressed? Are you dressed? I mentioned you to the folks down there at Black Lake, my hosts down there, and I told them, I said, you got to meet this guy, but he's got a big old mohawk. I said, he's quite the character. I said, but boy, is he interesting. And now if they're still watching, they're going to get a look at you. Here he comes, folks.
Here I be. You mentioned me.
Oh, my.
I hit the...
You're wearing a shirt.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to tease Lynn. That way I can do a strip tease later when you go for the big flush.
I can't believe it. I see Andy in a shirt.
I have a haircut.
You know, and I always said, you know, the more ink you get, the less clothes you got to wear.
That's right. Why am I echoing?
Oh, man. I was wondering. I was looking at the chat and I'm seeing stuff I swear I read an hour ago. And sure, StreamYard side was way behind. Okay. Yeah. Look at that back there. I mean, I can see a spot on the couch I could sit on at Andy's place. He must be expecting company.
Andy, you have a shirt on. Wow. Why wouldn't I have a shirt on?
You know, everybody needs to own at least one shirt.
Exactly. And this one fell over on the floor earlier, so I thought it must be clean by now.
that shirt used to be dirty months ago. Can't be anymore. I'm sure it got up and went and washed itself by now.
I find it just decays to dust and then give it a shake and it's fine to put on again.
Okay. Dojo, you got the link. Go ahead.
Oh, Dojo.
I haven't had Dojo up for a long time, folks. So, okay, I'm going to keep it at 3 so that I can
have some sort of control.
Well, thanks, Wandering Nature, for going over and helping them out. The got to grab myself a couple of grapes and false energy.
Oh, you leave my grapes alone. They've been pretty raw after watching Sty and watching Crystal and Gil yesterday.
Oh,
all that laughing is, well, let's just say it pushed the blood flow down a bit.
It's got to hurt. It had to have hurt laughing at that. I laughed watching it after the fact.
I must have watched it about 3 or 4 times each today.
And then I realized, oh, here we go. Check this out.
Hey, it's that northern kid.
Upbound.
I want it.
That's crazy. Now
Funny.
there you go, Andy. You got more competition.
I've
For
only
when
got
you,
one. Did you notice my name on Sty's on the fuck's sake on Gil's stream?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Satan's contender.
yes, I saw it. I saw it.
But he
Hey,
challenged me
Rod,
to.
welcome. He says hello, all you outdoorsy type people.
Hello, Rod. Nice of you to turn up. If you rewind it, you'll be able to hear the Sty story. Who didn't pay the admission fee?
Yeah, yeah. Go Fish is saying you're looking kind of hot there, Dojo. I was thinking, yeah, is there any way on here I could throw a bucket of water on that screen?
That kind of reminds me of that fella out of what's that film? Suicide Squad.
I was thinking of the. I know.
Now that guy that was on Crystals that was talking about he was eating the habaneros, and he's mistaken. He's mistaken because I saw that. So right away I jumped over and I started Googling it. The Scoville units have nothing to do with volume at all. Nothing to do with volume. Every little 1/12 of that bar has 9 million Scoville units to it.
Yeah, and the whole bar.
It's not the whole bar, it's the amount of Scovilles the extract has. And it's not diluted because it's in the bar. And so he kept saying, oh no, one of those is the same as like 10 of these habaneros. And I thought, you can sit there and say that, but you don't have that chocolate bar in front of you. I want to see you stick a piece of that in your mouth versus 10 habaneros. Yeah. I thought, yeah, it's easy to talk when you're not the one sticking that Andy treat in your mouth.
Dojo, lift your head a bit, mate. Oh, that's better. It's cauterized with piles now.
Yeah, heck, he's going to catch the room on fire there.
This was me when I was eating an hot pepper the other day.
Oh, it's Hell Rider. They'll get me on a copyright strike because he's imitating Hell Rider. You know.
In fact, I'll tell you what, you're not related to my mother-in-law, are you?
No, I think that was my mother-in-law, ex-mother-in-law.
Could well be the same, the amount of kids she had.
Yeah, hello, Rod. And Native Grammy's could use some coffee, a bit toasted now. Yeah, having a cup of coffee with your toast is a good thing. Hey, you're mentioning mother-in-laws, you know. My grandfather told me this, and now I told both my boys the same thing because I didn't learn. So I told my boys, learn from the fact I did not. My grandfather told me, yeah, I see you're chasing all these pretty little girls around. You're going to hitch up with one someday. But before you do, look at her mother. And that's what she'll become. She will become that.
That's the mistake I made.
Yep, me too. I mean, my ex-wife is a mirror image of her mother. God bless her mother. She's passed away, but the last 20 years of her mother was, I mean, yeah. If I made it look like involuntary manslaughter, I'd only have to serve 10 of those 20. Because I tell you what, she turned right into her mother. I just like, whoa, Jesus. Don't do that. I mean, she talked like her. She acted like her.
She soaked her teeth in bleach like her.
Yeah. Gotta turn my cup around. Yeah, Chuck's saying, "Oh, that one's scary." After you got rid of your flames. Look at the special effects that Dojo's got right now. He's scaring the heck out of my whole audience.
This is just my normal face.
Are you sure that's your normal face? You should look in the mirror.
Unless I forgot to
I
take my
don't look-
Halloween mask off from last year.
That'll be what it is. There's always some little person finds it funny to put super glue inside it, isn't there?
That's it.
I'm hoping the kids come around here this Halloween because I'm going to have a bunch of jelly beans, that habanero jelly beans that I saw for sale. And in there will be some chopped up pieces of chocolate as well. And I shall let the little kiddies take a few each. And then listen to them as they go sobbing down the street.
You see on the news the next day how the kids are in hospital being sick and
Yeah, they're trying mysterious fire mouth disease or something. Spread through this one neighborhood only.
Hopefully the Sally Anns will come calling shortly afterwards. Did you have the devil worshippers round last night? Oh yes, love. Do you want some of the sweets they didn't eat?
My luck, I'd have a group of
Church ladies.
Oh, I'd give them each a whole bar each. Now you're hot, mama.
Get the church
That'll
ladies
light
come
you
down
up.
with the manacles and chains. So other than the rain and the hail, I assume you had some lovely days as well.
We got one really excellent day, and that one was spent all out on the kayak. And I pounded the heck out of that worm I got from those worms I got from Crystal, but nothing was hitting in that lake. I got 2 strikes, but I couldn't hook into them. They were just quick booms,
Yeah.
But I'm not going to give up until I get myself into some good fish and get a good review for her. But I don't know if I'm going to end up back down there again this season or not. I'm thinking next. I don't know. This stupid management that building I live in, now they want to do these inspections with this special inspector. And I mean, they sent this letter, and it says how to be ready for this inspection and all the things that you got to do.
Get on all fours, drop your trousers, and wait.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe this. For the day of the inspection. Okay, now they tell us the inspection is beginning Thursday, September 12th through Wednesday, September 11th or 18th, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Well,
Yeah,
that's
right.
not telling me nothing.
So you got to hang around all day, every day, for how many days?
Well, then they put in here that it's random. It might not even be your apartment, but you have to be ready for it.
You know what I do?
And then they said it's not necessary for you to be present during the inspection.
Yeah, right.
And
so they're going to come into your apartment about you knowing.
right. And in the state of Wisconsin where I live, there's a statute, there's a law that says you have to give the tenant a minimum of 12-hour notice of the day and time that you will be there to inspect. They gave me a week and a hell of a lot of times. and then say it's random. Well, they're going to be mad when they come to my door. I ain't letting them in. I'm going to say, oh, it's nice to see you.
A given day and a given time. Therefore, I'd put that out on the front door with a drawing pin through it and a note on there, according to state law, blah, blah, blah,
Yep.
dated whatever, act number whatever. You owe me a date and a time.
And
If
this
you
part,
can't be bothered to give it, I can't be bothered to be here, and that door can't be bothered to be unlocked.
the and I thought that they got 3 requirements on here, and it says on the day of inspection to make sure that you do these 3 things. And I thought, I'm not going to comply with any of them. And I'll let them come in. Be dressed and ready, beginning at 8 in the morning.
Turn up at the door
I'll
naked.
be naked as a jaybird, just wait for them to walk in. And the next one was to make sure it's clean and picked up.
What, you got to pick your apartment up?
So I was thinking of running and getting a bunch of pallets and lifting everything up off the floor. I'll make sure the pallets are clean, and I'll pick everything up and stack it on pallets. And when they come in, what the hell is this? I'll say, it's all picked up. They said to pick it up. And then the third one says, remember that nothing can be left on the stove top or in the oven. Even if it is a pan, it can be a fire hazard. Not if you don't have the stove on. If I got a cast iron teapot sitting on mine 24/7, and I only turn it on when I want it hot.
What if you're cooking when they
catch on fire?
Exactly.
Is my cast iron going to catch on fire? And I got a pizza pan in my oven because it takes 10 minutes to preheat it, and I just drop a pizza on the pan, and it takes 15 minutes to cook it, and the pan's there ready for that routine anytime I eat a pizza, because that's the only damn thing I put in that oven is a pizza. Now, is that pan a fire hazard?
Have you got a joke shop there?
A what?
Like a joke shop.
Junk shop?
Joke. Joke.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Nothing close by. We used to in town. We had a place that had all the prank stuff.
Have a look round. See if you can find a couple of fake turds.
Oh yeah, leave them on the carpet.
Leave them in the oven in pie dishes.
I'll do what my friend did. He got some. He made some dough and added brown colour into it and made it the shape of a turd and put it at the side of the door.
That would be pretty good. It would be good to make a nice big long turd looking thing.
Or
put it on a cookie sheet in the oven, and when I hear they're on our floor inspecting it, go turn the oven on. And when they look in there, tell them, well, that's what they call recycled meatloaf.
You know that video?
It helps me stretch out my food budget.
You know that video?
If you eat things twice. That one's a good one. It's got corn in it.
You know that video I sent you where the person's carving the bread and then cooking it?
Oh, when they inspect, they look at everything.
The person's carving the bread with a razor blade and then cooking it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You could make yourself one almighty phallic loaf,
right,
with a couple of round ones.
Yeah,
the base of it, and just leave that in there.
Or I'd just make myself a couple of great big old Baby Bell stuffed meatballs. With that loaf, make a French loaf that looks like a phallic figure and lay it between those two big meatballs.
That's the one.
Ask them if they'd like to join me for dinner. I've got cream cheese for the bread too. But it ain't kept in the fridge. Hi, Lynn. Lynn Clark just popped in.
I'm starting to feel outnumbered now. There's 2 Lynns we've got in here now. I should have put my stainless steel pole up so I can do a pole dance when you're not looking.
You know, one thing out at camp when I met Justin and his family out there, it felt sitting around with them talking, or if it was just Justin and I talking, it felt like I was on one of our streams. And I know he's so limited on his data. Otherwise, I would have told him jump on the link and come up tonight, you know. But we're gonna do some collabs. I'll have him on a panel in the future. Well, over the winter, he's not out there camping so much. He's at home, so he'll be able to jump on our panel once in a while with us. You guys will get a kick out of him. He's
excellent.
He's a hoot. He's a hoot.
We need more morons up here.
I love that. I love that, Bradley. Sty, be like Andy. Answer the door, sucking on a rug. They'll run away scared shitless.
Thatcher the rug thing.
Rolled up chunk of their carpet. what do you want?
Don't forget, he's licking the window at the same time.
That's it. Oh, hey guys, you hang your tongue out and sprinkle some pepper flakes on it or something, and say the windows are all clean too. I'm cleaning the carpet right now, but the windows are clean too. You want to go inspect them? Here, I'll clean your glasses for you. And I walk them run. Come here, I want to clean them glasses. I love glass. I'll clean them right up. One more toke off of this rug, and I can clean up anybody's glasses. Oh, Travis is still here. He says, I'm here. If I had enough bandwidth, I would totally be here. Yeah. Yeah. You see what we do around here, Travis? It gets a little crazy sometimes. And the whole rug reference, Travis, is Andy spilled a whole. How much was it? It's a big jug. Yeah, a jug that size, full of the oil that you use in a vape. In his vape.
It's all glycerin.
It's all glycerin. And he's got it flavored and blah, blah, blah. And he spilled a whole jug like that on his rug. So everybody's trying to tell him how to clean it up. And I said, just suck it up. Then you don't have to fill your vape. So it went nuts. Everybody went crazy on it. Oh, there's Andy sucking on that rug again. I seen him puff of smoke there.
Yeah, some of them rugs, they give you a right furball to cough up in the morning, though.
It's a good thing you don't have a cat. You'd be coughing up fur balls.
If I had a cat, the cat would have cleaned the bloody thing up.
True.
Put oil on it or something like that.
Yeah. Travis, we look forward to when you can join the panel and share some stories too. Definitely do. Hey, Recycle Dude. Great to see ya. Great to see ya. We got a pretty good crowd that showed up in the house after we had been streaming about an hour. It kind of peaked up right around 20, and we're maintaining pretty good in there.
You're in the great thinker.
Yeah. I got 2 cups. Oh, you guys should have seen me before the stream tonight. That's probably why my ankle hurts. I'm over at my microwave, and I got this microwave stand, and there's just limited room to set a coffee cup and get it all prepped. And I had to heat the coffee up. So I stuck a cup in the microwave, and then I poured it into the thermal cup. Well, I poured it in my thermal cup, and I had my sugar and my cream and everything in that cup. Got it full, stirred it, grabbed the lid, and I hit the cup with the lid. Tipped that sucker over, and this whole thermal cup poured underneath my microwave, and it was coming off of all 4 ends of my microwave stand. And I'm shoving the whole damn works. It ripped the cord right out of the wall into the kitchen to the tile floor to get it off my carpet. I'm in there. I went through 2 full big rolls of paper towels cleaning that crap up in there. Well, my kitchen floor's clean now. They can expect that.
Might be a bit sticky in the morning, but
Yeah. Well, no, I had to go. That's why you ended up using two rolls. I I had the sink running. I had to wash the floor. Otherwise, I couldn't walk in there. I'd still be stuck in there because that's so damn sweet.
Did you bung the toilet up with all that kitchen roll?
What's that? Did I plug the toilet up?
Yeah.
No,
Rather than fill up the bin, just keep throwing it down the toilet.
I stuck it in a plastic shopping bag that'll go out to the garbage tomorrow.
While she was away this week, did you try the condensed milk?
No,
No.
I was going to. I had a can with me.
Heathen.
What I ate this week was nuts. I had 2 days. I had these for lunch. One day I had I got these really nice big sesame seed buns, and I had a huge slab of ham in that ham sandwich was to die for. Then I made that 2-quart Dutch oven full of chili on one of those rainy, cold days. Couldn't use the fire pit, so I did it on the camp stove, made a full 2 quarts of chili. Then running water showed up in camp. So he helped me eat that whole pot of chili. Then I had ham sandwiches another day for dinner one night. But I had ground round steaks for dinner 2 nights. Corn on the cob. Yeah, lots. I ate like a king. And then the smoked salmon and the pickled herring he brought. Wandering Nature's asking if I need a van. No, I don't need a van. I love my truck. I got nowhere to keep a van. I would like a van, but the truck with the trailer to me is the van. Yeah. Mike went camping with a can of evaporated milk. When I opened it up, it was empty. I'm trying to find in my junk. I hope I still have it. Someone had sent me a can of pure Canadian dehydrated water. It's just an empty can with that label, and the instructions say all you got to do is add water. It's for camping, It's dehydrated water. All you got to do is add water to it. Turns right into water. Wandering Nature. It evaporated, Mike. Evaporated milk. That's the thing. You open it up. There's no milk in there. Well, it all evaporated. It said so on the label.
evaporated milk.
It wouldn't be false advertising.
It is, isn't it? It is false advertising.
Yeah, it is false advertising because there's something in there. There's milk in there.
You expect to open it and go, oh, no milk.
What the heck? I got to dump this milk out because I didn't want any of that. Nope.
I look forward to trying that condensed milk again.
Yeah, me too.
Trouble is, I don't know if I give you heartburn.
That's what I'm thinking is it's going to be really rich. That's going to be some rich caramel. Oh.
What do you use for heartburn when you're camping, Sty?
For what?
To sort your heartburn out.
I don't get heartburn often enough to even concern myself with it.
I normally
Did you hear that thing I told Gil to do last night?
Eat another piece of chocolate.
No, eat toothpaste. Just a pea-sized lump of toothpaste.
You've mentioned that
you just
before.
swirl it around your mouth, swallow it back, but leave the rest in your mouth for you to keep swallowing back in bits, so to speak. Yeah. And it kills it. Toothpaste is an alkaline.
Yeah, so it makes sense.
Acid is acid.
Yeah.
You end up with a neutral solution, plus the taste of the toothpaste takes away that horrible feeling.
bread bites, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, my one granddad and my grandmother. Oh, they drove me nuts as a kid growing up. You got heartburn? Come here. We'll take care of it. Never say you have heartburn around there. They take a tablespoonful of baking soda and shove it in your mouth. Swallow that.
Do that.
Oh,
Sooner eat
no,
chalk.
no, 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 no. I ain't doing it.
That's not an idea of fun. Did you do any hikes?
Just a short one. Just a short one.
Good.
Didn't get far. And like Great Lakes was saying, the trail around the lake's got a lot of blowdowns across it, a lot of timber across it. So there's a lot of bushwhacking to get around them down trees. And I was so dang worried about my ankle that I thought I shouldn't push it. Well, yesterday, man, I couldn't believe it. Like I said, I was running around barefoot, walked that almost 600 yards pulling the kayak on the cart down to the boat landing and back, and the portage all barefoot. No support on that ankle. Felt like $1,000,000, and I'm going, damn it, I should have gone hiking yesterday.
How were those Scottish straps?
What's that? My
How were the
Scottish
Scottish
strap?
straps?
Yeah.
The jock straps.
I still should do a video about that.
Yeah, that'll have to be an over 18 only.
Yeah. That. Unless of course I patent it and market it, trademark it and put it out for marketing, then they just consider it advertising,
I got my version. You know how wide your straps are for your ankle?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got my version for the jock strap. It might be a bit too wide. That one, I might have to get a thinner one.
You know, I've got one as well.
Oh, he's got. Oh, look at the big one he's got. No, I'm not. I'm out of luck.
Big boy.
I got this one, but it hasn't been tested and proven yet. I think it goes on this way.
Or you could use a tighter one.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that'll hold it to your belly skin.
Thanks, Native Grammy, for posting that up for me. Yeah, that I thought about that Scottish jock strap, It'd be pretty good, have a guy in a kilt and then slip his old kilt up, and that's what he's got there is one of them straps.
When my daughter was when she came along, it was right when Maggie Thatcher was at the peak of her prime. We had massive unemployment in the country, and especially around here in a little seaside village. And we'd just bought the house. About 3 months later, I got notice that I was being made redundant. And a few weeks after that, we got notice that my wife was pregnant. And I was like, oh shit, I'm not bringing up a ton of kids on the dole. So I saved up £100 and I went and had the snip. About 6 or 7 years later, she gets all depressed and she wants another kid and etc. So I had to go and have it reversed. Unlike the actual vasectomy, the reversal was under general anaesthetic. And I remember waking up from it and looking down, pushing the sheets down, pulling the back to front shirt up. It wasn't quite that colour though, Joe. It was more black. And I'd taken in underwear to wear when I come round, but they'd put this jock strap on me, cut a hole in the front, and the old chap was hanging out of it. I was told to leave these things on for 3 days for support.
Oh, right out loud, Cheesehead. Now Cheesehead is going to show up. Bunch of
Cheesehead.
Cheetos.
Yo, Donnie.
Hey, running water. I ate the last of that salmon yesterday.
Cheesy.
Oh, that was good. And the pickled herring. He brought out one really big fillet, big slab, and then another steak cut kind of piece that had to weigh 1.5 pounds or so.
They go on a slab of wood.
We loved that smoked salmon.
Did you have
fish
pineapple?
back. Yeah, put Dojo in the microwave. Yeah, looking cheesy.
You're not. What are those circular lights behind you, Dojo?
What them?
Yeah.
That's
the just over your logo.
Yeah, that's the compound light. So if anybody breaks in the fence, the alarm goes off.
Oh, right.
So you know which one that broke through.
Got you.
Oh, yeah. Got it broke off into zones.
Yeah.
Why the big gap on that one side?
Well, here, because that bulb's that way.
The further side.
Yeah, that side's wide open.
Because the bulb's broken it.
Oh, the bulb's broken.
But the alarm would still go off.
Yeah, thank God it's not a nuclear plant.
Looks more
Yeah.
like
Another one over the other side.
What's that green flashing light? I don't know. I'll have to read what it says underneath. It says overload. Oh, they put the wrong color bulb in that.
Yeah.
I can't do anything. It's flashing green. I'm not supposed. That means everything's okay.
Everything's all right, don't worry.
Armageddon. There's Dennis, Canoe Hunt Adventures. Hello, hello, hello.
Denise.
Yeah, I was bragging you up this weekend with the host at the campground I was in, Canoe Hunt. Told him to keep his eyes out for you. We went canoeing together today or yesterday. Well, kayaking and canoeing.
I'll tell you what, it's been a long, boring summer waiting for those stickers.
Here we go with the stickers again.
I'm beginning to know how Cheesehead feels now, waiting for his check.
Over the winter.
Andy hasn't left the house for some. He's been sat in that chair waiting.
I know.
Over the winter, I'm sending him my logo. I want 2 nice stickers for the kayak. And then I want my name in a certain script. I want on both sides of the bow. And then I need a couple of nice big decals for my trailer. Man, I had people. I came home, saw how many subs I had, and I was surprised. I got a couple more on their way. I had 6 different people write down my channel name. It was a marketing week this week, boy. Everybody's out there. Oh, you got a channel? We need to know your channel. We got to know your channel. Yeah. Then they're showing up at my camp like I'm open for business or something. I said, no. When I'm in camp, I'm not on YouTube. No, you don't get it. Dang notice is popping. I don't want that. Hey, printing next week and good things to come.
You in the UK, Dojo, or you're still north of the Wash?
Look up.
Hey,
Old man's telling me to look up. I am
So are you
looking up.
still in the UK or are you north of the Wash?
What did I miss?
I'm still in the UK.
I don't get what.
We're looking at what we're looking at.
Yeah, he's saying look up. I did. I'm looking
Yeah,
up all the time because
I
I'm going to
think the
look at
point
my
is
bifocals. I can't see far away without looking to the bifocals for reading.
good night, Lynn Mitzi.
Good night, Lynn.
Sleep well, girl.
Yes, and we shall see you again, girl.
Oh, excuse me.
There's no excuse for that. That's what my grandpa used to always say. You'd fart or you'd belch and you go, excuse me. And you go, there ain't no excuse for that. Oh, okay.
Dennis, you got to be careful with that, mate. You can't afford to spare the amount of hair that you've been pulling out. Yeah, get Dennis up here.
I'll tell you what, Dennis. I don't know. I think I can compress everything I got into maybe 5 or 6 videos from this trip instead of 9 from the last one. Because there's one should be going up tomorrow. Would be the final one from that last trip, and I just got back from this one and finally caught up. And
So,
I got all of this.
drop Dennis a link.
Last post I missed. What last post? I looked backwards. I can't find one I missed.
Where is he?
No, I don't see one that I missed.
What about missed?
Oh, yes. I know what he's talking about now. About his glass mug that everybody kept snatching away from him. So he took it in the bathroom and filled it with water, put a little yellow dye in it for him.
Excellent.
Yeah, that keeps him away from your mug. Yeah.
Drop Dennis a link so as it can come up here. It'll save him typing. Poor old boy of his age, he's probably got arthritis in his fingers.
Old claw. Hey, great yarn. Yeah, I'll approve that either later tonight or else first thing in the morning. Tomorrow's a bunch of internet housekeeping and
In the housekeeping, I just throw a stick of dynamite in there and shut the door behind me.
yeah, I almost wish I could. Yeah, tomorrow I'm sleeping in. I think that's not a guarantee. I'm curious to see when I get my breathing machine hooked up, what kind of record I got all these last 7 nights. But that new deep cycle I got is sweet. That thing ran my machine for 5 nights, and it's at 12.2 volts today.
Wicked.
It started out 12.8, and it's still at 12.2, and it's got, what did I figure? It's got 39 hours of sleep time. That machine running the pump constantly. On a regular 12-volt battery, it lasts 1.5 nights.
You going to call Dennis up?
What's that?
Are you going to call Dennis up?
Oh, does Dennis want to come up?
Yes. And it works out that he should sit right underneath me, and I'm holding a big fart in right now. So.
Oh, you want to see if you can light the little bit of hair he has on fire?
Yep. Suntan that bowl patch.
Okay, hey, Dennis, if you're available, Jump up here. Here's the link. Press enter. Okay, there it is.
Come on, Dennis. Get your ass on the magic carpet and float up here.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Just don't be yanking any strings. We don't want that carpet coming apart in mid-flight.
And that box that says "Do not open," please obey it. You don't want to get yourself arrested.
That's another thing I got to do. I got a whole stack of boxes over here from people sending me stuff that I got to get out of here before the inspectors come and see it. Stack them on top of the stove. See what they think about that fire hazard.
Did Go Fish say he was going to bed earlier? No.
Ooh.
Go Fish.
Yeah, but he came back.
I got well and truly obliterated the other night.
Hey, one thing running water brought me out there to camp is some good grown-up creamer for my coffee. He brought a nice big jug of Irish cream and another one, I can't remember the name of it, that's
Irish cream.
It's a cream liqueur, but it was rum and cinnamon.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, I like that one. Oh,
how much did you like
I finished that one this morning.
it?
I've been drinking that creamer for 3 days, all day, right into the night. There it is, Rashada. And I'm getting a bottle this week.
You know what that'd go really nice with, Sty?
Rum chata.
You know what that'd go really nice with? Grilled bananas laid on tinfoil or aluminium foil. Just pour like a spoonful over each half a banana.
See, now, we had this restaurant years ago back in my hometown, and they made the best crepes, and they would make this crepe with sliced bananas and whipped cream in the crepe, and then they put this rum sauce, caramel sauce on top of it. Oh, I'm not kidding, I would kill if I could get a couple of those. They had just the right bite to them. They were delicious. But I could see this stuff poured on bananas. Yeah. Oh, Travis just posted a new photo up in the Facebook group. Look at this. Oh, he ended up under me. Are you there, Dennis?
Well, I'm here. How you doing, Mike?
Hey.
Are you that badly mauled from your camping trip?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can do that too.
This is my first time doing live or stream.
I can do it as well.
Everybody but Andy hid. Oh, Dennis pushed the wrong button.
Where you done, Dennis?
Where'd he come?
No, he's just breathing heavy.
Yeah, it says his mic, or he needs to connect either his mic or his camera. It's because both of them aren't. Neither one of them are connected.
Yeah.
Someone sent me a message.
About 3 or 4 nights ago, Sty.
You can't use it.
About 8:30 in the evening, I go out, I'm having a leak, and I got this really crazy idea while I was out there. So I went and raided the fridge for a couple of postage stamps.
There he is. Hey, there he is. That's the real thing there.
One of my
Hey,
friends, what one of my friends just sent me.
It's
Dance using
probably your fault.
only your bum, usually sexually. Where people in Yorkshire go Monday to Friday
I'm
between
glad I'm
9
not under Andy if we're twerking tonight.
That sounds
we,
like
we learn something new on this stream every time.
the ancient Welsh art of sheep tango.
Oh,
How you been, Dennis?
I'm doing okay, buddy. You?
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, mate. Why weren't you
so
streaming the other night? About 3-4 nights ago, I was hoping you were going to do a live stream. I was going to come up and just get you demonetized forever.
Yeah.
One was absolutely off one's face.
That would have been that would have been Thursday night, and because my daughter's getting married, we got all kinds of stuff going on, preparing for the wedding and stuff, and it's been busy times.
yeah, that's what I thought, that you were real busy recently with the wedding.
Yeah.
How did the concerts go?
How did what?
The concerts. Weren't you off to a couple of concerts?
Oh yeah. Went and seen Foreigner.
Was that
One of the
Corner?
old school '80s, '90s bands, right? Yeah.
More Than a Feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah. White Cloud. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Hey, White Cloud.
Yeah, something like that. How come I'm getting double feedback here on sound?
Oh yeah.
You would have to mute your YouTube side.
Oh, okay. I'm new at this part, so
Yeah. You want to make sure everything's muted except your Streamlab.
got it now.
Yep.
Is that sounding better?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, that's cool.
Hey, White Cloud's asking. He said I didn't respond to him on Facebook, so he was wondering if I got eaten by a mad squirrel. Hey, no, White Cloud, I saw your message about 3 minutes before the stream started. I've only been home for a few hours from camp. I just got into town. No internet access for 7 days. So I haven't caught up with anybody. And I find out there's a hurricane in Florida. And yeah, the world's going all to hell, but I was happy as sin. Oh, I loved it out at camp. Hey, canoe, Dennis, you would have loved it out there with your canoe. You would have loved it out there. We went down this little river. They call it the Black Creek, but it used to be a regular riverbed going through there back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. But they put a dam in, and now it's about a 4 to 6 foot deep creek running through the woods. And we went down there and nosed up to this beaver dam. It was pretty fun. It was fun going down in there. I can't wait till next year. I'm dropping my kayak in the Namakagon River and going to get somebody to pick me way up on the other end. Take about a 30 mile paddle down that thing.
That'd be fun.
And I want to get myself a small canoe. I got to get a 12, 14 footer. I don't much care. If it's a 12 footer, it doesn't matter. For all I'm concerned, if it's a 12 footer, it can be aluminum. I can still portage that. But if it's a 14, I want to get something that's either fiber or else Kevlar.
Kevlar?
Yeah.
That'd be cheap, wouldn't it?
It's not cheap.
Exactly.
No. Watch Craigslist or something like that. There you'll find
That's
something.
it. See, Hayward Motorsports down here, that's all they get are Kevlars that they rent out. Well, they rent them out. I mean, for crying out loud, I couldn't believe they get $100 a day to rent out a canoe.
Wow.
And that's 8 hours. If you're an hour over, they charge you another day. Well, yeah, you're getting to use that Kevlar canoe. But then they turn on and sell those Kevlars the following season. Every year they rotate them. And you can buy a 1-year-old Kevlar for about anywhere from 40 to 50% regular retail for a new one. So they cut the price right in half. They depreciate it by 50% or more. So that's where I'd be getting mine, is from them. And the nice thing with the Kevlars, they might be scuffed, but they're not damaged. They're not like the old fiberglass ones they used to sell you. Take it home and you better do some patching.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something about that. There, my Novacraft, the Royal Light canoe I have.
Right.
When I bought that brand new, I bought it from a store here in Canada called MEC, Mountain Equipment Co-op. It's the equivalent of REI in the United States. And I went and I was looking at this canoe for like probably a year. It stayed hanging in their rafters for a full year, and they kept reducing the price on it because it had a couple of dings in it. And if they seen the canoe I had previous to that, which was all scratched to crap, right? A couple dings weren't going to make a difference, and it saved me like $400 or $500. So if you see it now, it's got all kinds of stories on the bottom, right?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is
pizza face.
that's the thing. If they want to sell me what they would call a factory second, yeah, I tell you what, it's a hell of a lot more than I got. And if they want to knock some money off of it, you betcha. Because I'll be putting all kinds of scratches in it. You just watch.
The heck are you up to there, Dojo?
Oh, Dojo's got all kinds of stuff. The minute I see a halo up there, I'm blocking on. I'm going to shut it down. I'm not buying it. If I see an angel up there, or angel wings, or some crap like that, I know better.
Dojo used to have a halo. He took it off, shrunk it, and used it for a special ring.
Oh yeah, mine fell off and landed around my neck.
I was thinking a little bit smaller than that. Well, quite a bit smaller.
So, Sty, you had a good trip then? It was a lot better than the last one, obviously, right?
I went to the exact same campground, same campsite, that steep blasted hill and lousy deadfalls all over on the shoreline. And the weather was so bad and it got so dang cold and windy, I only got to put the kayak in yesterday. So I put it in yesterday and I spent over 4 hours out on it, trying to make up for lost time. It's just getting so late in the season now but I got out there and it was only about 64 degrees and the wind was kind of blowing yesterday about 5-10 miles an hour. And I'm wearing long pants and socks and like a heavy sandal, and I'm wearing long sleeve shirt and that army vest I wear. By the time I got to the first landing, I was just wearing the army vest, and the long sleeve shirt was gone, the socks and the sandals were gone, and my pants were yanked up way past my knees, and I'm going, I'm dying out here. The sun was so bright, it didn't matter how cold it was hot sitting in that kayak. And the rest of the day was great. It was absolutely wonderful. But it's getting cold up here, and we'll have a swing sometime this month. It'll get warm again. And one thing that my new follower from camp, the hosts of the camp, I met up with them, Dennis, and they're just awesome people. Young couple with 2 little girls. Actually, they got a 16-year-old son too, but he wasn't there. But they told me that I took such good care of. Yeah. They said I took such good care of my camp and everything, and I was such good company for them, and blah blah blah. I don't know what the heck they like me so much for. He come over this morning before I left camp, and he gives me and I thought, well, that's normal. He gives me his business card. He's a teacher, but with his website, YouTube info on it. And then he says, oh, and I have this for you too. And I said, well, what's that? And it's a campground pass or free
Nice.
campsite. He says, oh, geez, I gotta shut this guy down. How do I do that? That don't believe it. Don't believe it, guys. He's oh, I can't. I can show it. There, that's normal. That halo, he borrowed that or stole it from somebody. There,
That
he's
ain't
back.
halo, that's a firefly keeps spinning round in circles.
That's nuts. That's nuts. None of us believe it. None of us believe it.
Oh no, he's just marking the bald spot. That's all.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. That's a seagull target. Yeah, these folks, they got themselves a pretty lightweight. I think that was a 16-foot. Yeah, they got a 16-foot lightweight fiber canoe. He bought it used, and
I'll put my real
I
picture.
said, I need a true flat water canoe that's got a keel in it. Well, they've got a really nice aggressive bow on that canoe,
That's the one I want.
but it's smooth bottom. So I told him, I said, you're good for moving water and flat water with that canoe. Boy, whatever you do, don't get rid of that bugger. And he put his wife and his 2 girls in there. Oh, you don't need to be showing me that. Oh,
That's one of the guys just sent it to me. That was on the trip with us.
Sweet.
fun.
That's all stuff I got to get in my into my video.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be watching for that one, Dennis.
Hope to have it up Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
Yeah, I hope so. I was almost
Well-
thinking about doing one of those premiere things. What do you think?
I've never tried one.
No?
I've never tried one, and I've been curious. It would be neat to do one because you can chat before it and chat
Wait,
during
like
it and
myself.
after. You kind of end it like a stream when you want to.
Yeah.
And I think that would be cool because everybody's watching an actual video, but you get to sit there and type away and chat with them.
Yeah.
And they can ask questions like, what was that in that last part of it? Yeah, I think it'd be neat.
Yeah, we'll see.
I can't fathom out how you do it.
You have to have a video ready to display
Yeah.
when you go live.
Yeah, when you go to post your video,
file.
you could instead of setting it as live, you could set it as a premiere, and then you could set a time, and then it would start just like a live stream would.
Yeah, except that you're not talking.
Right.
You chat.
Yeah, you type.
You're in the chat with everybody else because your video is running. You preload the video and you schedule it for a certain time, and you can jump on there and start it whenever you want this chat. But at the premiere time, that's when the videos start running. And I think it was, I can't remember if it was Gil Skills or if it was Calvin's Corner tried one. I think it was Calvin, and it went pretty good. It went pretty good, but I was 100% new at it. I just like, what was that? You know,
Well,
everybody's chatting away, and
what would happen to the video after though? Would it just post as a regular video or like
Yep.
a live stream?
it posts as a. I think it posts as a regular video, but it shows the chat
Okay.
like its live stream does after it posts.
Because I'm just worried it would kill it out after a while, right?
Right. That.
Because like if you post a video, right, and then a day or two later you do a live stream, the live stream overrides your video, and the other one falls off the recommendation list, right?
No, it doesn't actually. I watch my video. If you go into your analytics, you can actually look at your analytics per video, and
Yeah.
you look at your videos, and you can see the impression history on each video. I've got a video from almost 4 years ago that's got 40,000 views, and it gets recommended about 30 times a week.
Still, oh yeah.
Yeah, still, they're still recommending it. They just, yeah, that's a misnomer actually,
Okay.
because I was afraid of that too. Was that I was canceling out videos I was posting, and that they weren't recommending them because a stream came up.
Right.
And actually, they recommend your streams less than they recommend your actual posted videos, because they get more ad revenue off of your posted videos than they do off of streams.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's a misnomer. Somehow our community got confused on that matter. And I found it through a YouTube tech post they did. And I read through that, and then they linked me to some YouTube video that had a couple of the techs that work for YouTube on there explaining how that worked. That it's not canceling it out. That based on if you have too many videos posted that are too close to alike,
Mm-hmm.
then they'll get reduced recommendations because they don't know which one to recommend.
Right.
The algorithm just gives up on them. So, like if you name the videos too close to the same name all the time,
Yeah.
the algorithm will pick one to recommend, but not the others.
Yeah. My last video tanked. It sucked.
Did it?
Oh my god! I think I only got like 82 views on it or something stupid like that. Yeah.
My views run between anywhere from 55 to 110.
Yeah.
Just consistently. Every once in a while, I'll get one that decides to take off and get a couple hundred views. And
Hey, look, a rose between two thorns.
there.
Between you.
But did you feel that fist up the rear end there, Andy?
Yeah.
That's the way it felt to me. Oh.
I'll tell you what, I've got some wind building up in here, mate. I'll take that hat clean off your head.
I have to say thanks, Dennis. You know, Dave's been hanging out over here quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dave's a good dude.
Beasley's great.
Yeah, he's planning to go on a little solo kayak trip next month with one of the canoes I sold him.
Oh,
and
good.
I might try and weasel my way into it as long as he doesn't go in on the weekend. My daughter's getting married.
Uh-huh.
So,
yeah,
You know,
good.
Can you move very fast, Dennis?
can I move fast?
Yeah.
What?
Like when you need to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Well, I've got a great idea for a live stream for you.
What's that?
Your daughter's wedding.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll be great. Right up to the point she sees you keep pointing that camera at her, and then she realizes what you're doing. Then you will need to move fast.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'd have to outrun the wife.
Yeah, you gotta be careful if you do that, Dennis.
Hey, it's funny that 2 weeks ago there, I recorded my daughter's bridal shower, and I put that all together and edited. I was the only guy at this bridal shower until my daughter's fiance showed up. I've had a lot of fun with that, and I edited the video, and she actually had a tear in her eye when I was done. So,
good.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Are there any more practice sessions to be done for the wedding?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them.
Right. Here's an idea for you. Get a friend to come along and video it.
Yeah.
Make sure you're sitting there with a shotgun in your hands.
I already got a baseball bat with her fiance's name on it. Yeah.
That's not, to me, that's not even funny, because when my ex-wife and I got married, they wouldn't let us get married in the state of Minnesota because she was too young. That's not a good sign. But her parents drove us all the way to South Dakota because they would marry us. Got married in South Dakota, and on the way back, my new father-in-law, we stopped at a restaurant and ordered dinner, and he looks at my new mother-in-law and says, "Can I tell him now?" And I thought, hey, maybe they got a good wedding gift for us or something. And she goes, "I don't care." She says, "It doesn't matter now. Go ahead." And he looks at me and he goes, "I got a pump Mossberg 500 in the trunk of the car." I said, "Oh shit." I'm glad I said I do. Yeah. He said, because you weren't going to be coming home with us if you wouldn't have said yes. So,
Not all the way, anyway.
Yeah. I'm fortunate. Don't need a shotgun for this wedding. They're doing it right.
That's good.
So I'm told, anyways.
It still looks funny, though, when you put it up on YouTube.
Yeah. Actually, I am going to try and figure out a way to videotape it, though.
Good.
Yeah, I'll probably set up a bunch of cameras and all around and just get everybody to push the button at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Thought of it like that.
We issued out, I can't even remember. I think we bought 200 of them, of those little instant cameras.
Oh, the disposable ones.
Yeah, the disposable ones. We bought about 200 of them damn things. Everyone walked in the door, got one of those, and on the way out, they dropped them in a basket.
Yeah, I've heard of that being done.
And after the fact, I said, that was the worst damn idea I ever seen in my life. You know what it costs to develop all them worthless pictures of people you didn't give a crap about?
The old bathroom shot.
Yes, yeah. All kinds of stuff where you're going, I'm amazed the cops weren't waiting for us when we picked the film up. Yeah, it got way. And then we had cameras showing up after the wedding party afterwards. And I'm going, burn them cameras. We don't want to see that stuff. Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Hey, I have a question for you. Did anybody follow my trip on that map thing there that I posted?
I don't know. I wasn't here. Does anybody else? Did anybody follow the trip on the map app that he had on Facebook?
Media,
you had that on your Facebook page, right?
Yeah, it was posted on Facebook and Twitter there, and it was done with that spot device. It actually worked out pretty good.
I wanted to see that so bad, but I wasn't here. I didn't want no access to internet, and I wanted to see how that worked because that's neat. If that worked, that's cool.
Yeah, my son said something about me getting one of those for when I go out in the kayak. And I said, "You're kidding. You are absolutely kidding. When I go on that kayak, I want nothing to do with any living human person whatsoever. I just want to go."
Yeah. And the last thing you want is them tracking
set off a flare.
Hey, you know what? It wasn't so much the tracking. I've wanted one of those things for years because the last couple of years we've had a couple things go wrong on the trip.
Right.
And we actually, and you'll see in my next video, we had a mishap our second day. One of the guys on the trip with us, he was going like sort of scooching around a tree. There was a broken branch sticking out of the cedar tree about that big. And it caught him right on the corner of the eye and tore a 4-inch gash in the side of his face. And we were 3.5 hours or so from the boat launch, and him and his son paddled back in. The town that we started from had a small EMS service there. They patched him up a bit, and then they sent him off to Timmins to go get stitched up. He took 7 stitches, and it was right next to his eye. And it could have been a lot worse, but the fact that we're nice and close. But
you would have been farther out at least. You know, I follow this fella on YouTube, Second Chance Hiker. He weighed over 400 pounds when he started hiking, and he's lost over 100 now. And he's hiking the PCT, and he had an incident and blew his back out, and he's laying up there. And this gal that's hiking with him, she's like, "We need to SOS you out of here. We need you got to get out of here." He couldn't walk. He couldn't get up. And finally he gave in and said, fine, because they had one of those deals and they SOS'd out. Next thing they know, here's a chopper coming over, and they wrapped him up like a sausage and flew his butt out of there. They didn't even haul him up to the chopper. They had him on about 150 feet of cable with a paramedic, and they just flew him out to the highway. It was about 9 between 9 and 11 miles from where they got him with the chopper off the mountain. He was up in Oregon, and they flew him all the way down to the highway and dropped him. And by then, there's a whole crowd shows up. Watch this guy get flown in, and he and this guy, he's really emotional. He cries easily. He says, "I was bawling my ass off all the way down." He said, "Scared the hell out of me."
I was going to say, I hope he's not afraid of heights.
And he said the paramedic was, "Yes, this is great. It's wonderful. This is awesome." He says, if I could have gotten out of that bag, I would have wrung his neck." He said, said there was nothing awesome about getting your ass flown out of the mountain. But he said that Spotify thing really did save his butt because he was out of food. Him and that gal were out of food. She could have hiked out, but he said he would have been up there for a couple of days before if they would have hiked in to haul him out. And he was out of food for like a day before that. So yeah, those devices aren't dumb. I've been looking at the North Country Trail here and maybe segment hiking some of it next year. The whole trail's 1,000 miles. And I'd like to get a couple 100 miles of it done next year down close to me. And
you won't find me walking up with you. The only way I'll do a couple 100 miles is sat in the car.
Oh, Joran, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, man. Thank you. It all goes into camps. You know that, Joran. Bring you guys content. You guys contribute in any way. It goes into content and gear to try to make content more interesting or better quality. Oh, I've been having a hell of a time with my action cam. I can't believe it. I got footage from this trip that's going to be going up in the video from the original camera that I started my YouTube channel with, and it's an old Kodak that I had bought almost 20 years ago when that digital was just becoming the thing. And it wasn't until my first actual video, my first 2 videos on my channel are slideshows that I took still pictures with that camera and pasted them all together and made a video. And then I was out in the woods taking a bunch of stills one day, and I saw this button and I pushed it, and it pops up and gives me the option for video. I go, what the hell is that? And so I selected it, hit the shutter button, starts recording. I'm going, oh my God, this camera films. So that's how I started my channel, was with that old, I mean, that thing is ancient. It runs on 2 AA batteries. And so I carried a pocket full of rechargeable AA's with me this week, and that camera in my top coat pocket. I used it a few times, so I actually got some video time on that old camera in there. But my action cam had it on my chest. That didn't work. I got it mounted on my head, but when I'm wearing my wide brim hat, it don't fit up there. I got to wear a do-rag to do it. And yeah, because on my chest, you see nothing but the kayak paddle half the time, you know. But
Night, Chuck.
What's that?
Said good night, Chuck.
Oh, Chuck's heading on?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
He's got a couple of young vixens waiting for him.
Lucky guy.
Back one day. Is that a hint? Go fish.
Did you at all, Dennis, see Gil Skills or R5 Adventures stupid chocolate bar challenge they just did last night?
No, I missed that.
They did the world's hottest chocolate from the world's biggest ass sitting next to me here.
9
And
million Scoville
I
units.
got one sitting in the post office. Hopefully the post office hasn't burned down by the time I go get it out of there.
What is it?
Watching those two. Oh,
Watch the Girl Skills one first.
Okay.
Yeah,
What is it? Pepper infused chocolate or something?
yeah,
Yeah, it's got pepper extract in it. Chili pepper extract.
9 million Scoville units. There's nothing. You ain't getting nothing natural that high. And Andy sends us each a candy bar, and it's tiny. It's only about 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches,
1.5 by 1.25.
and it's broken into 12 pieces. Eat 1/12 of that sucker, and it lights you up like 10 Christmas trees. And I'm doing that Thursday night.
Well, you know what? Make sure you eat one of the little X-Lax ones to go with it. So it comes so easy.
I'm tempted to take an 1.5 inch piece of PVC about the length of my colon and just putting in a good like a sleeve in a diesel motor, takes all the wear and tear and doesn't burn up the block. That's what I'm hoping is that maybe if I install some sewer pipe, maybe it can handle it.
I don't even want to think of where you're putting that pipe.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not offering up the specifications. But I couldn't believe Crystal ate all but one. Was it one piece, Andy?
No, she got 9 down her. She got
Was it 9?
The idea is you have one of these tiny little cubes of chocolate. The whole thing
tiny.
1.5 inches by 1.25 inches.
In fact, Bill picks his up with a tweezer. His piece with a tweezer.
If you think of a plastic spoon or a plastic fork, rather, one of those cubes just about covers 2 prongs
2 teeth,
on the fork. And she does the first one, and you can see it's none too pleasant for her. And you got 50 seconds until you have to eat the next one. And then you got 50 seconds till you have to eat the next one. And she goes through 4 and she says, "That's it, I'm finished, I'm done." But she ends up doing 9 of them.
I couldn't believe she kept going.
She struggles through it. I'll just put the links up in the chat if you want to copy them.
Yeah.
She struggles through another one, then does another one, and then, oh, look, I'm over 3,000 subs. So there's like pressure there. Well, come on in, Crystal, do another couple to celebrate. And she gets up to 9. And then Mike turns up with $20 in his hand in dollar bills. And he throws that on the table for her. And she's, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And then E-Waste Mike comes in on the super chat with $60.
Yep.
With the rest of them, which is another 3. And she's like bracing herself, and she gets this 10th one in, and she starts coughing with it. She's like, "Oh my God, it's gone up my nose." And at that point, the stomach reflex kicked in, and she just grabs the bucket, and up it comes the whole lot.
People think this is funny.
9 was her limit. 10 was 1 over.
Wow.
I could.
And the one that Gil does, that hits him really hard.
And he only does 1.
Yeah.
So
he's like, "Fuck it, I'm done."
I'm hoping I can do 2. That I can do a second one just to beat Gil. But there's no way I'm going to do what Crystal did. That was insane. And then those guys during Crystal, she's choking and freaking out over all this, and they're saying, "Yeah, and Sty's doing it next week," and Andy goes, "Yeah, and he's got a heart condition." I thought, Andy, thanks for the promo. I'll have everybody showing up. Hey, we're gonna watch Sty die.
I'd make sure the beard and the mustache are well soaked down with water, right?
That's right. That's right. Nothing flammable exposed. I'm going to have my air conditioner my air conditioner's sitting right next to me. I'm cranking that. It's late in the season, but that's getting cranked on high. Because if I croak from this stuff, they wouldn't check on me for at least a week or so. So I want to still be fresh by the time they find me.
Oh,
I might be half cooked from that stuff, but
One
at
of the
least
funny
I'll
bits
still
on
be
there,
fresh
Dennis,
because I'll be refrigerated.
maybe you should have Donnie coming over while you're doing that.
one of the
He's
funnier
actually
bits I saw
he's
on there,
actually heading back on the road Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think he wants to be around, to hear the call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
gee.
He'll make his younger brother come and handle the the details.
with the first and second one, Crystal's chucking this ice cream down her neck, and then it's gone. So it's down to the milk.
Yeah,
And she soon discovers that her own spit is just taking more and more heat down her neck. So she's got this bowl and she's like, and she's got this
that was
white
getting
slobber
nasty.
hanging off her bottom lip like she's just given someone a blowjob.
What is it with her and Gil doing these hot food challenges? Eh?
Yeah,
They did those hot noodle challenge there the one time.
Yeah,
Yep.
I saw them do the hot noodle challenge and I said, Crystal, do you like chocolate?
Well, he asked me first, "Do you like chocolate?" So he sends me 3 of these psycho chocolate bars, and one for Cheesehead Chris and one for plain old Chuck. And I sent Chuck his, and I'm waiting to meet up with Chris, and he's been kind of avoiding me
Yeah,
Yeah.
wonder
because he knows what he's getting. But I did the first challenge on that, and I ate the whole bar, and that's a bigger one, but it ain't nowhere near as hot. Nowhere near as hot. And I actually got a taste for it by the time I was done, but it was hot. I mean, I ate a bunch of ice cream, and then Goofball sends the same candy bar to Crystal and Gil. They did the challenge, and they're like, "Oh yeah." Well, Crystal said, "No, it's not so bad." She did the same as me. She managed to get through the whole thing, and
all
Gil,
bar one. She gave one to her daughter to go and get some ice
right?
water
So
for her
she was
because I gave
short
her
one.
completely
So
the wrong
technically, she
advice.
didn't beat me. And then Gil, he didn't make it all the way through, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Done the whole bar.
I can't remember. I couldn't
Yeah,
remember.
Gil
But
done the whole bar.
his reaction was kind of colorful. That yeah, he realized it was hot. But when I did it, I really chewed it. It's got all kinds of, you can see the pepper flakes in it, that chocolate bar, and I just chewing it, and I'm watching these guys. They're 4 or 5 bites. You can see them swallowing it. I'm like, no, 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 that's not fair. Chew, chew, chew. But this one, all it takes, all the videos I watched on this candy bar that Andy sent us this time, everybody that I've ever seen, the minute it's in your mouth, it's too late. It's too late. If you can't hack it, spit it out, they say. Bullshit. It don't matter.
The best
Swallow
I've
it
seen on
or spit it
YouTube.
out. The burn is already taken root, and it's not going to go away. So
I
you
used to
might
say
as well.
that to one of my girlfriends.
Yeah, there you go. You might as well. You know.
And
The
Crystal would like come back and she started talking to the chat. She says, "Oh, it's calming down." No, it's not. No, it's not. And she'd be on the milk again because it seemed to come through in waves. You get like 10 seconds of relief, and you sort of psychologically thinking, "Oh, thank God for that. The worst is over." And then just as you're thinking the worst is over, it comes in with a vengeance again.
what I got a kick out of with Gil is he may have only eaten one, but he got so much. I bet you he got at least 2 days worth of works exercise
Yeah.
because he was getting up about every 30 seconds and running out of the room. And then he'd come
Doing the
back with a
truffle
glass
shuffle.
of milk and he'd drink that, pound it down. And it would be 30 seconds. He's running back out of the room and he comes back with another glass of milk. And we're all going, everybody's thinking, why don't you just bring the gallon in the room with you? Quit running to the kitchen. Because he had to have drank a gallon. It looked like chocolate milk he was drinking. And I thought, just grab the gallon and bring it in with you because keep drinking out of the jug.
Well, someone made the comment, only Gil would use the smallest glass in the world to drink out of.
That too, his glass was just small. I thought, oh my gosh, I got a great big tall bugger I use. Yeah.
If I did that, I'd be doing it with the fire hose beside me, the garden
Yeah.
hose.
Yeah. I had for the other chocolate bar that's not as hot. Nowhere near as hot as this. I had ice cream, milk, honey, sugar.
You see that with Gil when he's got his honey. There's only about this much left
That
of
was so funny.
honey, and he's knocking it back and knocking it back and knocking it back, and the honey won't come out the bottle.
The honey's so thick it's slowly running down that bottle, and he's squeezing, and you can tell he's just frustrated, and he got just a little bit in his mouth. And then he says later on, he says, and the honey doesn't do any good. Well, you didn't get any in your mouth. My little honey bear, one squeeze, and I can get about 4 ounces in my mouth right now. And he's sitting there fighting with the bottle, just burning up. I thought, that's like showing up to the fire, a 4-alarm fire, and you got it hanging out. You're going to pee on it. Come on. No, you need something you can get some honey out of. Yeah. No, I'm going to be well prepared. I think I might be able to get 2 because I just don't believe that the second one is going to make it any worse than the first one. It's just going to make it the same worse longer. So we'll see.
There you go. About the product. World's hottest chocolate bar. Absurdly spicy, bracket, and possibly dangerous, bracket, chocolate bar. Contains chili extract rated at 9 million Scoville heat units. Very small, net weight 0.14 ounces or 4 grams. Dimensions 1.5 by 1 inch. Made in the USA.
It's insane. It's tiny. It's tiny. If anybody saw it as a piece of candy, they'd think it was a fun bar, a little one biter kind of thing.
Oh boy. Halloween.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Yep.
that's what I was thinking.
Andy's getting all prepared.
All the kids in the neighborhood you don't like, right?
Yep.
All the
What
kids
you
in
do
the
is
neighborhood.
separate foil wrap those. You separate foil wrap them. Print off a bunch of little Hershey labels that you can cut out and tape on them. Little tiny Hershey bars. Pop one of them in your mouth, you little monster.
Well, the trouble is, all around here we've got front gardens, and inevitably you're going to get kids getting caught short. So they just tuck themselves around the corner and go for a piss.
They fishing the slip. There you go.
But if you leave the wrapper off the chocolate, they're going to get the stuff on their skin.
That too. I mean, I would not,
I slept.
I would not want to see the next day's headlines. Kids all at the emergency room with gastric problems and burnt wieners.
Yep.
You'd be all over the 6 o'clock news, Sty.
Yeah. And they suspect it came from that guy's house, that guy that was dressed like Satan. I could see Andy with a set of horns and a pitchfork answering the door, and have I got candy for you?
Where'd Dojo go? He had the costume on earlier.
Yeah, just the fact. And a kid, if they get melted chocolate on their fingers, they'll lick it. They won't think twice of it. They'll stick it in their mouth to lick it.
And their eyes will start watering, and they'll rub their eyes, and their nose will start running.
They never eat chocolate again.
Ever. But I'd be afraid that Andy's flat would get torched. They'd come back.
You know what amazes me with Halloween? You spend 364 days a year telling your kids, do not take candy off strangers. And then one day a year, you encourage them to do it.
Mm-hmm. Go out there and do exactly what I told you not to. And if they're good parents, they do exactly like I did. You're dumping all your candy out on the table. I'm going to inspect it all. And this one's mine, and this one's mine.
Yeah. You take all your favorites.
my kids always, Dad, what are you doing? You're taking our candy. No, it's processing fee. That's
You
a
know that,
processing fee to make sure you're safe.
you know that postage stamp product that I like, Sty?
Uh-huh.
I could always get like 8th strength liquid version of it and just put a drop on each bit of candy.
Make it a little more bearable.
Make it a little bit more colorful for them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
they'd be
borderline
seeing all
criminal
different
now.
colors of flames. Oh, you should have seen all the pretty colors while I burned to death.
We watched a 6-hour firework display.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
fireworks.
Be right back, boys.
You betcha.
Good night.
2 sugars
Yeah,
of wine.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna do this challenge. I'm skipping the noodles for now after this one. Maybe this winter I'll come in from snowshoeing or something and feel like doing the hot noodle one. But jumping from that first candy bar to this one, I don't have the benefit these other people did with working their way up. And then all of a sudden they're getting to the hellfire at the end. I just jumped right at. Oh, I didn't volunteer either. Andy asked me, "Do you like chocolate?" Well, yeah, sure. Well, I got a candy bar to send you. After he puts it in the post, he tells me, "Look this is what it is." I said, "Oh, Jesus. And I can't not eat the dang thing. He paid for it. I paid for it. This one I'm going to pay for, I'm sure."
Do you like chili chocolate, Dennis?
I can honestly say I've never had it, but I'm a chocolate lover. But like, yeah, my Linder chocolate right beside me.
Describe the taste of that original chocolate, the Psycho chocolate, Sty.
That Psycho chocolate?
Yeah.
That's a good one. To me, that's a good challenge for somebody that doesn't want to really burn their guts out. You know, it's you get a good reaction after the fact. I was able to laugh at it and say, "Yeah, it didn't hurt me." You know, it was hot. It was hot, but it didn't hurt me. And poor Crystal, after she watched my stream, she goes, "He was so calm about it." You know, he said, "Oh yeah, that's hot. That's hot." But she said he went right through, ate the whole bar, and she said, "There's something suspicious about that." She was, well,
Gee, I need something like that for my future son-in-law's stag night we got next weekend.
there you go.
Yeah. Force feed him a couple of them things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
So did you do some fishing on that last trip, Dennis?
We did. We did quite a bit of fishing, actually. It was a 5-day trip that we did in 7 days. So we had a couple layover days. Caught some really nice walleye, bass, pike. Funny story there. You'll probably see a bit of it in the video. In the second part, I hooked onto a nice pike the one day. And
oh, cool.
Oh, the Psycho chocolate.
Psycho chocolate. Popping.
That is peppers in there too, eh?
You can see them, yeah.
Yeah. So I catch this pike, and the thing, I get it near the boat, and it does a run, and it took my leader and straightened my leader right out, got away. The next day, my cousin's son, he's a fly fisherman. He's fishing by the shore, and he hooks onto this nice pike, and he catches it, brings it in. It's the pike I lost because it still had my lure in its mouth. That was probably a half a mile away from where I caught it from.
Really?
Yeah. So
shows how much they roam.
Yeah, and he tasted really good too.
Yeah, I was talking to our campground host. I was so frustrated not being able to get out because one bay on Black Lake, it probably covers, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 acres. And it's a lot of weed flats. And the muskies and the northerns, the pike just love it. They're in there just thick. And you fish the edges of those weed beds, and you hit the northerns and muskies in there, and you cast soft baits into those weed beds, into all these big lily pad islands, and it's full of big bass. Well, I couldn't even get to that bay this week. I couldn't even get in there. It was blowing bad just to get to the bay. Once you're in the bay, it's not too bad because of the weed beds. It's shallow enough. But they were telling me that they had a fella, was it last year, took a 46-inch muskie out of there.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so sure, just had me going. And God dang it, and the season's getting late.
Huh.
Yeah, getting wet in the kayak when it's 50 degrees outside isn't that pleasurable, you know.
Yeah. You got to choose your battles, right?
Yeah, that's where right away I started thinking, well, I'm going to need both a kayak and a canoe.
Well, you're going to get just as wet in a canoe too, though.
That you can get just
Yeah.
as wet. Yeah. Now if I had a sit-in kayak, I'd be a little drier because I could put a skirt on it, you know.
Yeah. Well, the two kayaks I just sold to Dave at Beasley there, I actually give him 2 spray skirts with each, like with the 2
Oh,
canoes
really?
as well. So
Yeah, if he's got the spray skirts, that's good.
yeah.
Especially late season when the water's getting cold, or early in the spring.
You'd be surprised how much heat they actually hold it too, Sty. Like if it's a bit sunny out,
Oh yeah,
because they're
Yep.
black, right? They just suck the heat right in. And
Yeah.
before you know it, you got to pop them off because you're starting to sweat inside of them.
yeah. Well, I had a 18-foot, and it was a single hull sea kayak for about 5 years, and I'd put it up in Cornucopia, Wisconsin, up here, and paddled the 6 miles down to the sea caves. And that in the summer, it was a bummer because it actually got hot in the shell just from the skirt.
Yeah.
I had a black skirt on it, and that sun would hit it, and the black hatches, front, forward, and rear hatches, would heat that hull up so much inside. You felt like you were sitting in a steamer sometimes. But out on Lake Superior, you don't go out there without a skirt on it.
Yeah.
You never knew what the weather was going to kick at you out there.
Are you fairly close to Superior?
I can see it right. I can see Schwamigan Bay here in the Apostle Islands right out of my living room window.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm actually 4 city, 1, 2, 3, about 4 city blocks at the most from the shoreline. And I live in a big 8-story building. I'm on the 4th floor, looking northwest across the bay. It's a big safe harbor here, big bay, and there's 21 islands that surround the point. And right on the big lake, right out here in the bay. Real heavy walleye fishing, smallies. Smallies got to be over 21 inches to keep here.
Really? Well,
And you catch them over 21 inches all day long. The northern pike, I've taken 3 38-inchers out. I had a 42-incher on up by Cornucopia. A lot of good pike around here.
mm-hmm. Wow.
Lake Superior's right out the back door.
Oh, I'm jealous. I got Lake Erie on one side and Lake Ontario on the other side, right? So,
Right. Yeah.
and they're nice, but I'd love to
Yeah.
get up to Superior canoeing sometime.
I meant to get this out earlier when Dave was still here from BC Ironworks. What you might call an original bushcraft knife.
Yeah.
Oh, check that out, Dennis. That's napped flint.
Really? That's cool.
Yes.
No forging there, eh?
No,
Is that an antique or is that something you made?
No, it ain't something I made. That was something a friend made for me.
That is cool.
If you take like there, just where my finger is, if I get it close enough, get something dark behind it. Yeah, shake the moths out of it.
Let's go full screen here.
Yeah, that brings it up. Bring up the teeth. Can you see the teeth? Just about where my finger is, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Here, what I can do.
It's a little serrated, right?
Yeah.
Is,
wow. That is cool.
that takes some skilled napping to get all them tiny teeth in that. You know, you see a lot of them, and they got broad teeth in them.
Center my eyes, probably that is. And that's the stand for it that he did.
You don't actually use that, though, do you? Oh, look at that.
No.
The stand, yeah.
That is a pure ornament.
Yep. That is so
Could
cool.
you skin something with or cut your wrists open or something stupid like that, but that's just pure ornament.
You know, the nice thing about it is that's an ornament because of its, for one thing, its value and its nostalgic value.
You know how nice that would look right up here? Eh?
Yeah, there's a spot. There's a spot there that it could be shown off every time he goes by.
In the corner. Hang on, let's get the little one.
Yeah. No, that's cool, man. That's nice.
Yeah, go get your alligator picker. I told David that next year I'm going to commission him to make me a kind of a modified buoy. I want to get a buoy made up. And he goes, oh, yeah. He says, I'd love that project. He said, yeah.
He likes all those kind of challenges, eh?
Yeah, it's something a little different, you know.
Do you want to put it on log?
This one, I want this knife. Andy put me in his will to get it.
There's the steel.
Yeah, because every knife needs to stay sharp.
That's the scabbard. Or the sheath, depending on what you want to call it.
I want to put you full screen there.
That's a nice sheath.
I love seeing this.
What goes in it?
The steel rides right with the sheath.
Yeah.
And look at that puppy.
Let's step back a bit.
Oh, wow.
You've seen that in a movie, I'm sure.
Call that a knife?
Yeah, that's a knife.
That's the line out of the movie.
Yeah, you call that a knife? This is a knife.
This, the way that hooks over your finger when you're holding it.
Yeah. Yeah, it stops you from sliding onto the blade, right?
Who made the Crocodile Dundee knife?
Wow.
That thing is...
And there again, just another ornament?
At the moment, I'm waiting...
Home defense.
Have you heard of a company called Keone Outdoors?
No.
Kione.
No.
They produce this like caterpillar chrysalis thing that is hung up with your guy ropes for a hammock. And the idea is you slide it down over the hammock and over the mosquito net, etc. And then you've got zip in, zip out areas where you can get in and out your hammock all right. But from the inside, you zip it up, and it don't matter how windy it is, whether it's snowing or whatever outside, you stay warm inside it. Allegedly, you don't need anything more than like a jungle blanket over you. I ordered that November 2017, paid 165 quid for it on a crowdfunding thing.
And they promised it before 2024, right, Andy?
Yeah, it did arrive. It got within 8 miles of me as the crow flies, and it was held pending payment of customs charges. Now, import VAT is 20%, and then you pay an £11 fee for the privilege of paying your taxes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a nice little butt fuck you by the government. It arrives, so what's 20% of 165? That's 16.5 times 2, that's £33 plus 11, that's 44. Yeah? They want £82 something off me.
That's ridiculous.
50%. And I said, you can shove it, mate. You can send it back. That was in May. It didn't leave the country here until early July. And then it's got to go all the way back to California, back to Keone Outdoors. Because they offered to send the correct paperwork through for it. It said, all I can think of is I put the wrong label on the package. Some people ordered 2, some ordered 4. And I was like, I can't argue it. The only way to argue it with customs is to pay the bill first and then start writing to them. I thought, I'm not paying 80 odd pound for something that I've already paid for, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it's gone back to Keone Outdoors. When they get it, they're going to ship it back with a new price label on it of $60, which is a lot more reasonable.
Yeah.
20% of that, what's that? It's 66.12. That'll work out about £25 maximum in charges then.
Yeah.
But that'll be
You
2
never know,
years old.
at that value, they might just let it slide through, right?
No, £15 value in the UK.
Okay.
And that includes your shipping costs. So if you buy something for $10 and it costs you $10 shipping, you've gone over the limit, so you get charged £11 for paying your taxes of £4.
That's crazy. You know, I used to think it was expensive to send back and forth between us and Canada. You know, I used to think that was so outrageous. And then when Andy started sending me stuff from the UK and I'm looking at the post on it and I'm going, oh, that's nuts. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, that knife and stone one.
Oh, that one, that was heavy.
Quite hefty.
He sent me a really nice SE5 bushcrafted knife.
I remember that.
And he sent me a stone, and it's got the slurry stone with it. I don't know how many pounds that package was, but boy, was it heavy. And I thought, and I saw the post on that, and I thought, Andy, you are absolutely nuts. You're nuts.
Isn't that the one you opened on the back of your truck when you were out camping?
Yes. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. That Essie knife. I like that Essie knife.
I don't.
I played with it a bit.
So did I.
The knife, right?
That's why I don't like it.
I
get a tendon on my forefinger.
That's it. It did a number on Andy, and I got proof because he sends it to me. He put this paracord tie on it, and the cross hatching on that paracord's got all these blood stains on it from when he nicked himself with it. So I told him, I said, I'm going to keep that because if there's ever a really bad crime that I have to not associate myself with, I can leave a piece of that paracord behind. They can find that DNA instead of mine. That's comes back to this Andy K over there in the UK. How'd he get over here and do this and get back there so fast?
Yeah, well, I don't have that trouble with the local police. I just asked them to look up my record, and all of a sudden they're very nice and very kind and very polite.
Yeah.
It's still recorded, even though I'm 54 and I'll be 55 on Christmas Day. It's still recorded that when I was 13, I was sectioned under the Mental Health Act for extreme violence on a bunch of kids. Kids that were older than me.
You're such a terrible person. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know.
Actually, very easy to have around for the end of the party.
Actually, I wish I had a pair of you living in this building on each side of me.
Bad neighbors?
Keep all the old birds off your doorstep, eh?
Yeah.
My back shot already.
Take a little bit of the load off of me with the church ladies. And them old hens, they leave me alone now. They leave me alone.
I'll just ask them if they're prepared to chuck in their harps for a large upright organ.
On that note, hey boys, I got to get going here. I got to finish editing this video so I can get it up on Tuesday.
You betcha.
I got a big day tomorrow, so got Got to try and get a little bit of sleep, anyways.
You
Sleep?
betcha. I don't think there's anybody in here that's not following you, but if there is, they best get over there and support Canoe Hound.
Hey, did you see? I finally hit the 1K mark, eh?
You've done
Yes.
it.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome.
Pusa Studios helped push me over the top there.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Yeah, I was surprised when I finally hit my 2,500. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
And that was good to see that. And then I found out tonight Dojo hit his 1,000 mark too. So
Oh, did he? Good. Congrats
Yes.
there, Dojo.
so that's great. We're hearing the people finally hit some of those benchmarks,
Yeah. Now another 1,200 hours, and I'll be laughing, right?
That's 1,200 hours. Get over there, guys. Start putting some watch time into Canoe Hound's channel.
Yeah, I can only buy so many Google accounts.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
What you
it.
need is people
You
willing
start
to leave
forgetting
their computer on all
which
night.
accounts are yours.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's me with email accounts right now. I think I have 7.
Yeah.
And
Jesus, I've got 1. Well, 2. I've still got the old one from when I was selling that fishing tackle.
it's tough for me. I go to open a new email account to start fresh. I hate it because they keep saying that name's already been used.
Yeah.
I go, what the heck? Then I find out, oh, that's me.
Yeah. That was 7 ago.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Good chatting with you tonight. We'll see you all.
right, Dennis.
Thanks
Thanks,
much, Dennis, for coming
video.
on.
Yeah, looking
Best of
forward to
luck.
your videos there, Sty. Andy, take care, man.
Best of luck with the
See ya.
wedding.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll see me before.
Kids, too.
Yeah, you'll see me beforehand on here crying. So
Then see you again when you come staggering back after the party.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Catch you later.
We'll see
Anyway,
ya.
take care.
Well, that was fun.
Holy shit, I've just come back to the chat and there's a whole bunch of Andy K's in there.
Whole bunch of Andy K's. Whole
Yeah.
bunch of Andy K's. We can only handle so many Andy K's.
You get from that chocolate. Let's go back. That's a really beautiful knife.
Yeah, Jorn really liked your knife.
And that is a knife.
I don't know who wouldn't.
How much kick? I don't. Oh, I'll just say it. Joran, I don't know how much kick is in that chocolate, mate. I can't eat spicy food. I will end up belching up mouthfuls of blood.
Yeah.
That's why I get other idiots to eat it for me, and I just laugh at them.
Yes. Yep. Andy has a bad habit of using other people's stomachs.
Yeah, other idiots.
Yep. Yeah. You don't have to put that idiot part in there.
Well, they're the ones that prove it, not me.
Good night, Canoe Hound. Yeah,
Whoops. I screwed that up.
my ex-wife used to say to me, "You're the stupidest, biggest moron I ever met." And I told her, "I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving that."
I got told something like
I'm
that.
going to prove it.
I got told something like that once, and I just said, "You don't get out much, do you? You are the most arrogant, ignorant bastard I've ever known. You don't get out much, do you?"
Yeah, I got some folks I'd like to
Right.
introduce you to. Yeah, go fish. That's good. A whole bunch of Andy K's. Andy K, Andy K, Andy K, Andy K.
Yeah, it's like saying a whole bunch of bar stewards.
Yeah. Actually, tonight, I think, guys, we're going to wrap her up at about 4 hours. That's over a half hour from now. We'll see. We'll see when we hit the top of 4 hours. I can't believe how much this last camping trip took the wind out of my sails.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of Sty. When you go away, although it's relaxing, It
Well,
also
see, that's it is.
because of the fresh air and just the
I'm over
relaxation.
relaxed. Yeah. I come home and I'm over relaxed. It's
Yeah, and the moment you walk through the door at home, it's like all the
weight of everything.
stresses and the grief of daily life and shit like that all comes back on your shoulders. I get it when I go out fishing for the day. I come back home, feel perfectly fine, have a cup of coffee, bang, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, I found that too. If I just go out roaming the woods for a day, come home and it's just like, I can feel it, but I didn't feel it out there. That was the thing in camp this week. Actually, I made 2 runs up to the little burg of a town that's just shy of 20 miles from camp. I made 2 runs up there and grabbed some extra firewood because I was finding that I was sitting around the fire till midnight every night. I just feeding that thing and burning up all my firewood. So I had to make 2 runs to go get firewood and found myself driving down roads I'd never been down, and I could tell right away, yeah, the city side of things has kind of disappeared because I didn't care about time, because I knew where I was going back to. I was going back to a nice camp and a campfire. You are. One of his viewers asked if his stream will be a naked stream, and he replied, "No, I prefer to keep my clothes on."
You can tell her I'll be naked if she's willing to pay.
That's it. Nothing's for free, especially me.
I'm cheap, but I'm not free.
Good night, James.
Night, James. Take care, mate.
That's right. Yeah. We're not talking high price or nothing, but it's just not going to be free. Someone had, I mean,
I'm not proud. If she makes the coffee nice enough, that'll do.
Yeah. Yeah. Barter and trade's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd take 5 cups of coffee for 1 handful of beaver.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, and that, gals nowadays, I just say, hey, I'm cheap and quick. So if I'm like the corner store down here, I'm like McDonald's. We're fast food, not cheap food.
Yeah, I can't guarantee
I'm fast fun anymore. Doesn't mean I'm cheap. But I tell you what, if you just got an urge, yeah, that there you go.
Yeah, I can't
it's just like saying hello and goodbye. It's that simple.
I can't guarantee being all that quick because I've got certain supplies hanging around the house.
This is kind of funny. This gal stopped over for coffee one day, and I wasn't even thinking. I was going through my one closet. I got all my bushcrafting gear and everything in that closet, and I'm sorting that stuff out, trying to get it out in the trailer. So a bunch of stuff laying all over the living room and on the table, and we sat at the table with our coffee, and I'm talking to her, and I look, and here's this great big ass pack with 250 condoms in it sitting on that table. She hadn't realized she's not making eye contact. She's just staring at the table. And I look down and I go, oh, well. She goes, no, you don't have to answer. I said, no, there's an explanation why there's 250 condoms on a 62-year-old man's table. And she goes, that's what I mean is you don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. I said, no. You don't get it. You don't get it. No, I don't want it. Not if you need 250. That sounds like a long trip. I said, no. Yeah, old bushcrafter. Something crafty about that. Yoren's off for his coffee.
Yes, but look how well trained he is. Look, he's got mine there ready before he goes.
I know. I mean, he's like the butler for Batman for you. He's right there. He's right there.
I was chatting with Go Fish the other day. I was saying if that video that we've done ever goes up full length, it'd probably have to go in 2 parts to fit in under, or 3 parts to squeeze in under 8 hours an edition.
Yeah.
Done 2 6s, you'd still have a 5.5.
See, and what I don't like, YouTube cut 6 hours of that one that we did.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you was able to, I don't know, put it on Google Drive or something like that.
See, when it
I
first
put it up as an over 18s only, so it wouldn't affect your channel.
Right. See,
And
the
I
thing
put it
is,
up in 3 segments: part 1, part 2, part 3.
right. See, the thing is they posted it at the full 17.5 hours for 3 days, and then they cut 6 off of it. Now it's at 11.5, something like, 11.5. But in that first 3 days, I had all the opportunity in the world, download it to my remote drive. I could have just downloaded the damn thing. And I would have had the whole thing in because that's all raw footage on that one drive I've got. And that's 4 terabytes. So I got all kinds of room in there. And so I won't make that mistake again. I ever go long like that again, the whole thing, download it. Then whatever YouTube does with it, I don't care, because then I've got it that I can cut and patch. And
just put it up, come to an agreement at the beginning, pick a different name for each other.
Yeah. different names. Yeah.
And that way you could have, for argument's sake, Derek and Clive.
Yeah. Guess who? Guess who they be tonight?
That's a Chinese fella, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. He's either Chinese or Korean, one of the two.
Who was it?
Some young guy.
Someone with,
Don't ever order that in a Chinese
some
restaurant.
young guy.
Yeah, I never order that. Come with some young guy. Yeah.
We were chatting.
Asians don't make good cream soups.
No. Bit gloopy.
Yeah. Way too much MSG in there.
Crystal streams the other day, and someone was talking about self-defense and this, that, and the other. And I said, all I do in the way of self-defense, I take out my little toothpick, I start cleaning my fingernails. And I was typing all this out. I said, and then in my best Japanese accent, I just put "fa cough." And of course, Crystal reads it out. She says, I'm going to stop reading your post, Andy, because
that's it.
Every time you catch me somewhere along the line.
Yeah. If you're smart, you read Andy's post to yourself first.
And then read it out.
Then read it out loud if you feel safe or brave.
Or just skip it and go on to the next one.
Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't see that.
Did you see the one that there was her and Gil on? It was about 3-4 weeks ago. And I was making out that I was pissed off with YouTube. And it's like, well, what's the matter then? I said, they keep changing my name back to this.
Oh,
yeah. To have my real name. Well, what's your real name? I put up there, Isaac Hunt. And there's Crystal reading it out about 8 or 10 times. And there's Gil just sort of going like this on the other picture.
She kept repeating it and repeating it. And Gil's like, no, don't, no.
Shut the fuck up, woman.
It was so good. She walked right into that one too.
I was absolutely pissing myself sitting there.
Yeah, she just wouldn't quit either. Just kept on and on. And Gil caught it right away, like, oh, no.
Hunt is a perfectly normal name.
Yeah, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. Oh, well, she knows now.
Oh, yeah. Mind you, I think she thought up some new names for me yesterday on that video because she cut a lot out of that.
Oh, boy, I couldn't believe Gil, all the F-bombs he dropped doing that chocolate. I'm just going, oh, I should have kept count. I'll have to come back tomorrow, watch it again, and do an actual count. How many F-bombs he dropped. Oh, and Gil, it's once in a rare while he'll drop one. But boy, it was just on and on. I'm just like, oh, that's so good. Yeah.
Did you see that bit where he said, well, I didn't get volunteered into this one. I'm only doing it because Andy asked me nicely.
Yeah.
I said to him, so what if I send you that death cap extract that's 16 million or 13 million Scoville units as opposed to 9?
Yeah.
I put a really nice note in there. Dear Gil, please, please, please try this for me.
Yeah.
He said, I'll send you a note back saying, fuck off.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll add the word respectively, fuck off.
Yeah. With as much respect as possible, fuck off. That's yeah.
And then someone put a comment up in the chat section on it. I don't know, about 2 minutes later, says, Dear Andy K, respectively, fuck off. Lots of love, Gil at Gil Skills.
It's good. Yeah.
But did you notice when he was cutting that stuff, when he works on phones and stuff like that, his hands are so steady and precise.
Oh, good
but
night.
When he was cutting that chocolate up, he was shaking like a leaf.
Yeah.
And I did think at that time, if it's going to be that bad for you, Gil, don't do it.
Don't even do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I thought, why should I say that? All these other folks have turned up here as well. So,
and that's the thing is this Gil, watching him, he allowed pre-anticipation to get the best of him too, right from the get-go. So I think he had burned up his adrenaline before he even tasted it.
Yeah.
So you want to stay calm and cool about it right up until it's in your mouth, and then let the adrenaline build up. Don't burn it up before you need it. And he was just, by the time he tasted it, I thought, too late, man. You're going to really feel this. You're so nervous.
When he got up and started jumping about, that was it. I just caved at that point. I could hardly breathe.
I watched one video, these 3 Latino gals, and they ate one bar between the 3 of them. They each had a bar, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't eat a whole bar each, but they split the one bar. And the one gal was wearing latex gloves. The other 2, they didn't give a hoot. And by the time they were done, the gal that had the gloves on, she had gotten rid of the gloves. And they're picking them pieces up, and they're just getting mushy in their fingers. They're sticking in their mouth. And that one gal kept licking her fingers and going, damn, this is hot. It's hot. And she kept licking her fingers. And I thought, man, if you're going to touch it with your fingers, pop it in your mouth, wipe them damn fingers off so you don't get tempted to stick
have a tissue or something like that to wipe your fingers off on.
Yeah. And she kept licking her fingers and saying how bad it was. And I told her, I told myself that she don't realize she's the one that's making it so bad because she keeps licking her dang fingers.
Yeah.
Her fingers are like matches burning, and she's sticking them in her mouth. I love that when you were telling Crystal, just think of it as a match. You can stick it in your mouth and put it out. Well, burning yourself. No.
What I was trying to say is
like taking a drink of gasoline and then sticking the match in your mouth.
Yeah. What I was trying to say to Crystal was, if I can't remember the exact context of it, I said, yeah, but Crystal, that's like taking a match, lighting it, putting it in your mouth. You can turn that off with a wet tongue.
Yep.
I said, but what you're doing is taking a flare, igniting it, sticking that in your mouth. I said, and all that's going to happen is your head will burn off.
That's it. That's it. Oh, and that was the thing too with her spitting constantly. Well, she's building that saliva up, just moving that crap around in her mouth, just
Yeah.
making it worse. And then she's coughing, and it's just like, oh, none of that. You got to make damn sure none of that comes back because it burns on the way back out, and then it
Yeah.
burns again when you swallow. You just burn, 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 burn. Quit doing that shit. Swallow once and always swallow. Never let anything come back. I did watch one video where a guy, he lost it and he puked in the bucket and he was screaming and he was just saying, do not puke, do not do it. He says it's worse on the way out. He says, because now it's all liquid ready to burn you. And he says, and that bile and everything sticks to your mouth. He says you can't get it out. He says you're stuck with it. And it's like I said, I watched them all. I watched them all. I laughed so damn hard, and I said, "Well, I just hope that one or two pieces I fare better. I hope I fare better." And I was gonna do it Tuesday night, and I thought, no, I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna do that to light the campfire. And let myself recover from my camping trip for a couple of days.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
When Crystal was saying to someone in the chat, it's like I've got a load of beehives in the back of my neck and the bees are stinging me and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
She was.
Right
I should have waited until
she said.
Yeah, I should have waited till she was finished speaking because I said, so what you're saying is, Crystal, it's like you're giving a chainsaw a blowjob.
Yeah. That's not the end of the chainsaw you want in your mouth.
No.
Oh, all the different descriptions to try to describe what that crap does. I've heard these people saying stuff, and I just like. One guy, he said, it feels like somebody took one of them wire brushes on the end of a drill to clean out rust off of metal and stuck that in my mouth and just kept going in and out with it. And I thought, don't say it that way, man. There's other people that are going to try this. And you're going to freak everybody right out. You just picture that. I was trying to think of, is there anything that a person could consume that would
axle grease
would actually protect the mouth? Well, what I got to thinking was eat before you do it, eat a bunch of honey, but pure comb honey that's still got the comb in it, the wax.
Maybe. Because Gil was saying that honey seemed to make it worse.
See, and I don't think he got enough honey. Because when I tried honey on that Psycho bar, it took it away just so much better than anything else I tried. It was gone for the longest time because the honey stuck there. Well, and I let it stick in my mouth. I'm wondering if he didn't just get it in his mouth and eat it.
Just swallow it.
Yeah, I let it coat the whole inside of my mouth, and it was like I had eaten half of that carton ice cream. So I'll find out from my perspective if honey works, because I'm gonna have them all. I'll just try this, try that, try not to cuss too much, and all I can promise is I'll try, because I know I'm gonna be slipping.
I did get one look out of Gil where someone in the chat had asked, Andy K, have you eaten this yourself yet? And I just thought, nope. And Gil
Yep.
said, "Oh, Andy K, have you eaten this yourself yet?" I said, "I told you, Gil, I would not eat that shit for love nor money."
No.
And he just
No.
looked at me as if to say, "Oh, so you mean it? You really haven't eaten it?"
Oh, serious? No. And that's the thing is, I think I'm one of the few people that when you set that first cycle bar, I knew damn well you hadn't eaten that. I just knew it. You
Yeah.
said what your stomach issues are in that, and I thought, no, this guy ain't gonna stick that in his mouth. He ain't stupid, but he knows we're dumb enough to try it.
If I want to see
If
blood,
we
I'll
don't
open
have
up
those same
part of the arm
issues,
or something like that.
yeah. And
Belching it up is not my idea of fun.
yeah, yeah. And I'm one where it's like I asked my doctor with that psycho bar, and I'm taking her same advice with this one.
Yeah.
And because her advice was good, that well,
It
and
might kill you, but it could well hurt you.
yeah, it's gonna make you wish you died, but it's not gonna kill you unless you allow your anxiety and stress to build to the point that you have a stroke or
Yeah.
some damn thing.
And that's the
And
other thing, where Gil was so stressed. He
that's
might not
it.
have thought that he was stressed, but you could see by his hands and that he was. When
Yep,
you get stressed, your adrenaline's racing. All your nerves
yep.
are on end, trying
And
to sense whatever the danger is.
everything's heightened.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing too is don't let yourself get afraid of it. Don't be scared of it because your body reacts to that in fight or flight, and all your blood goes to your core. So your stomach and everything's just heated up. All the blood's going to the core of your body. It takes the blood away from your mouth. You don't build up proper saliva anymore, and all of your nerves in your mouth are heightened because of it, because they want blood, so they're just tingling already.
Yeah.
And then you put that hot shit in there, and they're going, "Wow, double the trouble. We're in trouble now because there's no blood. There's nothing to heal us. We're getting burned." So and my doctor really stressed that. She said, "Get in the right state of mind before you do that crap," because she said you got to go into it calm because you'll get it. You're everything's going to heighten by the time you're done, but don't get there before you start. That's the whole thing. Don't get yourself all wired up before you start.
I watched a film with Nicolas Cage in it where he plays an assassin, and he's in somewhere like Thailand, and he ends up falling for this local bit of stuff. And they go out for a meal together, and he's like, "Jesus, this is hot. This is really, really hot." She says, "Well, take a bite of that leaf," because they got like a saucer with these leaves on it.
Uh-huh.
And you can see he's really struggling with this food. And he takes a bite of this leaf and he's going, "Oh, that's better. That's so much better." And I thought, I don't know what those leaves are, but I'd really like to get hold of some because you could do something like that chocolate challenge.
Yeah.
You could portray it. I'm putting them on these leaves so that I don't have to touch them with my fingers.
Right.
And that way you're eating a neutralizing agent at the same time as eating the spice.
Yeah. Yeah. With mine, I'm going to be cutting them things. I actually think I'm going to use a serrated plastic knife.
In fact, Gil just used an ordinary table knife, and it seemed to cut better than the sharp one that Crystal had.
Yeah.
Because when Crystal cut up hers, she had loads of bits and shards.
See, I want to be able to anything that I touch it with, I want to be able to throw in the trash.
Yeah.
I don't want it, Mike.
The danger of using plastic is it might melt.
That's it. When she was using that fork, I thought, boy, that would be a neat effect to see all of a sudden see that fork start bending over, melting from the weight of the chocolate. It starts, especially if it started going, plastic burning up. That would have been good. Get it in your mouth quick while you still have a fork.
Yeah, I must admit, it's fun to watch, but there's no way on earth I'd do it.
The
Well,
thing
I would if
with
the money was right, but we're talking many tens of thousands.
yeah,
And if I
you
was
know,
you, I'd just cut one strip of 3 chunks off it, and then cut those 3, so as you got 3 bits there.
yeah,
That way, you got the rest of the block in one piece.
yeah. See, and I wondered about that watching them. If you did 2 pieces at a time,
You're still only going to get 9 million Scoville units, even if you've done the
that's
whole
what I'm
lot.
thinking is you're just getting it over with faster, but
Yeah,
the ongoing effect will be the same.
I'm not being funny. If you was to have a glass of whiskey with nothing in it, and you was to sip it, then every single sip would be hot as hell.
Yeah, yeah,
Whereas if you took 2 or 3 big glugs out of a wide neck bottle straight away, you'd probably
right.
consume multiple glasses of whiskey.
Yeah, yeah. But if you're trying to sip it, it gets
Yeah,
harder
and it's
and
still
harder
only
to go through.
40% by volume.
Yoran saying he laughs his ass off here. Oh my.
You'll have no arse left soon, Yoran.
Yeah. Wasn't he the one that was saying earlier tonight, I'm going to laugh my ass off so much I won't have one by the end of the stream?
I believe so.
That might have. I lost my ass before we started streaming. I
Yeah, 13.
those folks I met down at camp, they asked, well, how many streams have you got up? I said 40 now. What? I said, yeah. I said this Sunday's episode 21 of the Sty Stories, and I'm 2 episodes behind on the around the campfire. And I said, plus I've got I think 5 or 6 random streams I did. I said, so yeah, I'm over 40, and they're going, holy God. And I said, yeah, and after every one, my ribs hurt. I laughed my ass off. There's always some part of the episode I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Yeah, as Mike would say, it's good medicine.
Yeah, yep,
I'm not
it
being
is.
funny. If something brings you joy, then common sense to me says do it.
Yep, yep, and that's the thing, That's what I like about the guys, folks. Well, guys and gals that come hang out here. You know, you can tell people are coming here for a chance to unwind a little bit.
Yeah.
And the
Some streams are so bleeding heavy, and they're so. Oh God,
it's
I don't know.
all
It's like an amateur version of the news, just twice as depressing.
yeah.
I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, why are you doing this to yourselves?
That's it. Is oh, my mother-in-law's got a ingrown toenail, and I want you all to pray for her. Well, okay, I'll pray that they cut the damn toe off, and she won't ever have to worry about one again. Well, if I tell them what I think, they'll kick me right out. What I want to do is on some of those streams, I want to tell all the people in the chat, oh, you people, you're the kind of people that called the ambulance because you got a bloody nose. We're crying out loud, people. Quit talking about every little ache and pain and how miserable the world is and everything. Because if you're going to talk about that, throw a little humor in with it and put a smile on your face, or get somebody to laugh, or tell them, hey, yeah, you should have seen what happened to me today. I got my finger slammed in the door. I woke up 16 neighbors yelling, fuck, that hurt. Okay. Well, I hope your finger gets better, but that's pretty damn funny. But some of these streams they're supposed to be uplifting, but I walk away just depressed. It's like, oh, God, I can't stand hearing anybody being miserable anymore. It's dragging me down.
About 3 or 4 nights ago, I just trolled a whole bunch of live streams, and I'd been eating postage stamps. I was so far gone, it was unbelievable. My typing that ain't the best in the world the rest of the time was just out there. Can you remember what night that was, Joran? It was about 3 or 4 nights ago, I think. I remember just going for a piss thinking, I ain't done them since mid-April. I'm going to go and have a couple. I went in, made a coffee, got a couple of bits of postage stamps, and down they went.
I've had a few people asking me, well, we're not seeing you in some of those other streams out there that you usually surf around in. And I told them it doesn't mean I'm not there. I just don't want to get into the conversations, and I don't want to, because you feel like you don't dare say anything unless it's, oh, I feel really bad for you, and oh, if I could help you, and on and on. And the fact of the matter is, you can't help everybody, and everybody. A lot of those people really do need to pull up the bootstraps and help themselves.
Yeah. 2 of them I got kicked out of. I remember one was a bloke. He was all upset, this, that, and the other. He's in his early to mid-30s, I think he said, and he's really upset and blah-de-blah-de-blah. And that's all because of some qualification he's got to get for work. And me being me, I had absolutely zero filter that night. I just, why don't you grow a fucking pair of balls and man up?
Yeah.
That was up there about 10 seconds before it was deleted and you're timed out.
Yep. Well, and that's the problem with some streams is
they don't want the truth. They want there, it'll be all right. Here, have an imaginary band-aid.
That's right. Yeah. I can empathize with somebody. But when there's not a damn thing I can do about it, I want to really tell them, I feel for you. It's a bitch, but there ain't anything I can do for you. There's nothing I can do to change it. So let's get on a different topic.
There's only one person who can change it, and he's just crying about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I know I used to just have I would have a fit when I was on the ambulance crew for the tribe, because at the same time I was also their finance officer for the tribe. And we go on an ambulance call, and it would be somebody that'd have a busted finger. They want an ambulance ride to the hospital because they broke their finger. You got a car in the yard, your wife's got a license, have her drive your ass to the hospital. Because we're not going to do anything for you in the ambulance.
Talking about with you, someone's dying.
Yeah. And we go what? And they didn't realize we're volunteers on our ambulance crew up there. And we're sitting at home enjoying time with our family, and all of a sudden our pager goes off. And to us, we don't know, is it somebody dying? Is it terrible? Are we going to go to a terrible accident? And we get there, and my kid, he's been coughing for the last 2 days.
He's got a cold.
And you get up to the kid, and you can smell it. You go, then tell him to quit smoking so damn much. He's only 11, but he should cut back on the smokes. Yeah. That's why he's coughing. Oh no, he's got to go to the hospital. And
can you see a difference between those 2 fingers?
Oh yeah.
That one I severed about halfway down there. Between those 2 knuckles.
Yep.
And that whole thing just looked like a sausage that had been cooked, rolled off a barbecue, and then someone's trodden on it. And the meat had all burst out through the skin and everything.
Yep.
And all I could do was wrap it up in like paper towel and then tape. And I phoned the nearest hospital to see how long their ER place would take. Why? What have you done? Told them, oh, you'll be sitting there 2.5, 3 hours. So I was like, oh, fuck that. And I jumped in the car, which is a manual, and over here, that's your left hand. That's the one you change gear with.
Uh
And I ended up having to drive to Harlow, which was about 30 odd miles away.
huh.
And I'm going up the motorway and I'm doing about 120 mile an hour. And I've got my hand up like this because to have it hanging down and sitting on the gear stick or on the steering
Just
wheel
bled
was
like
bloody
mad.
negative. And I've got the hand up. I'm driving along and all of a sudden I start doing this. And I thought, oh no, not now. I'm not there yet. Don't go into shock. Don't go into shock.
Right.
But I wouldn't have dreamed of calling an ambulance out for it.
That's yeah. See, I did that up at Camp WTF. On this hand, you can't see it on there. I'd have to get real close, but on this finger,
Yeah.
there's a big gash. You can see the scar, and on this thumb there's a big gash. And if I put my fingers together like that,
They
it
kind of
looks
line
like
up.
it looks like it was one cut. Well, it's not. It was two separate incidents, but they line right up. Looks like one. The thumb, I was using a camp folding saw, and I was cutting off chunks of wood to make toggles out of them for a tarp shelter. And I'm holding the stick and cutting with that saw in my lap, and my little chihuahua jumps up in my lap, and that saw jumped off that stick, and I made two full swipes on my thumb.
Oh, mate.
And I look down and I go, oh shit, that ain't good, especially when the blood's splashing in my chihuahua's face and it's squirting all over. I run into Rory, the gal that lived out there, run into her cabin. She was in town. I get in there, grab the roll of paper towels off of her sink and started wrapping paper towel around it as tight as I could get it. Got the hand all wrapped up and just took the roll with me and left the string of it kind of hanging there. I was lucky because my Jeep was an automatic, so I didn't have to shift. So I could just drive with my right hand on the wheel constantly. Driving like a son of a bitch. It's 45 minutes to the hospital from where we live. By the time I got to that hospital, that whole roll of paper towels was wrapped around. You couldn't see any fingers or nothing from the wrist up. All you saw was this great big red ball. I mean, it wouldn't quit bleeding. And I walk in there and I'm holding it kind of down to my side. And the receptionist, she goes, "And what's wrong with you tonight?" And I held my hand up. She almost fainted. She goes, "Oh my God, how many fingers did you lose?" I said, "It's just one cut on the thumb." Go into this nurse practitioner. She calls the doctor and says, "How am I supposed to get that off of his hand?" Doctor says, "Cut it off." He says, "That's the easiest way." She cut it off, and it was so heavy with blood, it made this awful plopping sound when it hit the floor. It just went plop, and blood started spraying out of my thumb. I had cut a blood vessel, and I was on blood thinners for my heart, so my blood not clotting. It just spraying. She's got blood all over. She puts this big gauze pack on it, wraps it with this tight ace kind of bandage, flex bandage, and she says, "We'll have you wait out front." She said, "The doctor's with somebody else and you're next in line." I said, "Okay." I went and sat out front, and I'm having a cup of coffee, and then all of a sudden I heard this splatting sound on the floor, looked down, looked at here, is still bleeding right through that thing. She wrapped on there so damn tight. And I look, and there's these two little kids, and they look terrified. "Look at that guy. He's bleeding all over the place." Their mother, "Oh, cover their eyes." I get in there, and the doctor says, "When did this happen?" And I look up at the big clock they had on the wall, and I go, "It's been 3 hours now." He goes, "What?" I said, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "I goofed around for about 45 minutes in camp getting it wrapped up. Then it took me 45 minutes to get here, and you've had me waiting for over an hour." I said, "Yeah, yeah, about 3 hours." And he says, "Well, yeah, Joran, you're so devoted. I wish he was here to make me breakfast." But but that was the same thing. They get me in there. And right away, it's nurse. You need to irrigate that, get that all cleaned up, get that all irrigated. He goes, it's right to the bone. He says, you're going to have to splay it open, get down in there. Don't worry about him bleeding. He's not going to bleed out enough to pass out. And she goes, but doctor, shouldn't we give him a local before I start doing that? And he goes, oh, yeah, I'll be right back. And I go, no, don't waste your time. Just start doing it. Start doing it. And she goes, it's going to hurt like mad. I said, it can't hurt any more than taking a saw and rubbing it back and forth on it a couple
No.
times. And he comes in and he goes, yeah, he says, just a cut on the thumb like that, you wouldn't think it would be so bad. He says, but I'll have to put 5 stitches in it. And I said, stitch her up. After they're done, he goes, now I don't want you using that thumb for at least a week.
If you can't use your thumb, what have you got? You got a nose picker and an arse scratcher. That's all you got.
That's right. And I told him, I said, I promise I won't use it. I got the hell out of there in that brace they gave me so it'd make my thumb not move. Took that son of a bitch off before I even got my teeth. And I was right back out at camp working, and I was working with clients at the time, and they see this splint thing and all that wrap around my thumb, and they're going, what happened to you? I said, I cut my thumb off. They just stuck it back on. Oh, yeah.
When I was still working in the yard,
Jordan would make me breakfast if I was closer.
Bitch.
Thank you, bitch. Hey, wait a minute. He's my house wench. And he said, don't be giving out your services to Sty.
Oh, yeah, and that last winter that I was at work, I had a folding lock knife. It was only a little one, but it was like a razor. It's got a 2.5-inch blade on it. It was a bit like one of them Spyderco type ones.
Uh-huh.
And mainly it was for stripping copper wire on the battery cables for lorries or semis, whatever you want to call them. And this guy had asked us to fire up this Mercedes engine for him. So I checked the oil, this, that, and the other. I kid you not, there was near enough an inch thick. Looked like it had snowed. The frost was that thick that morning.
Oh.
And my mate John's in the crane, and he's like lifted it up with this big 360 that's just got a hook on the end instead of a bucket. He's lifted it up on that with the chains. And I've checked the oil. Yeah, that's got enough oil in there. I didn't care what quality the oil was, just whether it was in there or not. And I hooked up a couple of pipes onto the fuel filter, and I pumped the fuel up, cracked the injectors one by one. Yeah, they're all through nicely. And I tried to attach the battery cables to it. Now, the earth just went on an engine mount, and the live was supposed to go on this battery cable, but it was just like cut off with a burning torch, and I couldn't get a grip on it. So I'm like, lower it down a bit, and he brings it down low enough, and the starter motor's about halfway between my crotch and my knee. And I'm sitting there, and I was trying to scrape this battery cable towards myself, and it was, you know what trying to cut into frozen plastic is like? Well, I got it in there, and I'm heaving on it, and I went bang, and all I felt was like thud on my leg. And I heard a bit of a shh, and I looked down, I thought, fuck's sake, brand new boiler suit. I only put it on this morning. It was Monday morning. Brand new boiler suit, just put it on this morning. I've stuck a hole in the leg already. Not happy. That means I'm going to get all shit down the inside of my boiler suit. It's going to fill up my left boot. And then
worried about everything but your leg.
Yeah, I didn't realise I'd cut my leg. What was it? Anyway, we're sitting there, and I've got the engine running, and all of a sudden I can feel this warm, wet feeling going down the inside of my left leg. And getting out of the car that morning, I'd gone to stand up as I got out of the car, and I was like, Jesus Christ, my back. And then the pain went. And when I felt that warm, wet feeling, I'm like clenching, but I still feel the warm, wet feeling extending down the inside of my leg. Yo, Mikey.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, still feel that warm, wet feeling growing on the inside of my leg. And I thought, Jesus, I've pinched the nerve in my back. And I sort of lost control of my bladder type thing. I've been warned this is going to happen sooner or later. And I left the engine running. My mate's got it hanging up on the chain. He said, what about it? I said, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And I went off to the tea hut, and I get in there, and I took my boiler suit down, and all down the inside of my left leg on my jeans was this big crimson patch. And I dropped my jeans, and on my long johns that I was wearing was an even bigger crimson patch going near enough down to my ankle.
Oh
I
boy.
pulled the long johns down, and there's this just going blob, 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 and the blob thing starts speeding up as I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, yep, that's my heartbeat picking up. And all I could do was get more of this kitchen roll, because it happened in the same place, roll it up into a plug and poke it in the hole.
Uh-huh.
And then I put like a layer of it around my leg and put some more electrical tape around my leg to hold it there. And at first, it was sore putting that plug in there, but other than the plug going in, it didn't really hurt.
Uh-huh.
And it ended up where I could barely lift my left leg to walk. Standing on it was no problem. And I said to my governor, I'm going to have to go up to A&E again and get some stitches. He said, oh, all right, let us know how you get on. Not, well, I'll get someone to drive you. It's just, well, you take yourself off.
Well,
I was like, oh, thanks, mate. And I got in the car, and pushing the clutch down was no problem. Letting the clutch off, Jesus Christ, did that hurt. By the time I got to the hospital, I was white in colour from the pain of lifting my left foot up. And I get there, and this woman's like, what the hell have you put all this toilet paper in here for? I said, well, it's not toilet paper, it's M-Talk. I said, it's like really heavyweight kitchen roll.
uh-huh.
Drying your hands on. She went, oh, right. And she's got these tweezers and trying to pull it out with it. I said, all you're doing is just keep tearing it. I said, you got any pliers or anything with decent sized jaws on it? She went, well, of course not. It's a hospital. And oh, right. And I held the thing open. I'm in there with my finger and thumb trying to get hold of this stuff, and I managed to get it out. And she flushed it out. And then she said, this is going to be the worst bit. I said, you're going to inject it now, aren't you? She said, yeah, but I've got to do the injections halfway down it. I went, what for? You only got to sew at the top. She said, no, I've got to sew it shut halfway down first.
Uh-huh.
Wait, when those needles went in, I really knew that.
Oh.
And then she starts on the outer layer. And I had 6 on the inside and 6 on the outside.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
See,
I said something like that.
I'm sure Running Water's not on here watching anymore. I don't know if he is or not, but this finger, this pointer, is all messed up. It's got a scar on the side between these two knuckles. It's got a scar on the side, and then behind this knuckle, that knuckle's all screwed up, and it's kind of weird shape. But behind it, if I bend it just right, you can see the scar, and it wraps all the way around the finger.
Sweet.
And after what happened, I didn't realize it, but that finger's just hanging there by the bottom tendons and the skin underneath it. It's just flopping. It's flopping. It's not even attached anymore, just except by skin and the bottom tendon.
Yeah, I just
the muscle, everything's gone.
Like
what I did. Yeah. What I did was I was sitting in my big recliner at home. This is when Running Water was just a teenager, just a young kid, and trying to be cocky with the old man. He was trying to sow his oats, thought he was, the old man can't handle me anymore. I'm 17. I'm the big boy in the family, and I can kick the old man's ass, and he hadn't tried yet, And he started smarting off at his mother, and I told him, I said, hey, stop, man. I said, your argument's clean. You're probably right. Your mother's probably wrong, but you're not going to stand here in front of me disrespecting her. I said, you shut your mouth, go down to your room. He turned around and he goes, well, you can F yourself. I took that, and I got this big porcelain ceramic coffee mug in my hand, full of coffee, and I was so peeved. And that chair I sat in, it was a recliner, but it had solid oak armrests on it, great
Yeah.
big, wide, solid oak armrest. And I took that thing and I slammed it into the side of that armrest, that cup, and it shattered that mug, coffee flying all over the place. And I got just the cup handle left in my hand. I stand up out of my chair, throw the cup handle on the living room floor. Now we've got a beige carpet, and all the walls are eggshell colored with a white ceiling. And I'm standing there like this, Adam. You SOB, you ever talk to me like that? I'll kick your ass. And I'm shaking my finger like this at him. And then I looked, and my wife's going, "Oh my God, look what you're doing to the ceiling." And I looked up at the ceiling, and here's this big stripe of blood back and forth on the ceiling. And I looked down at my finger, and I'm still yelling at him, and my finger's just flopping there. I never felt it get cut off. I'm just shaking this floppy ass finger around, yelling at the kid. And then once I realized it, I go, "Oh shit, that ain't good."
Hi, McCartney.
Hey, McCartney, welcome. And that's all right. We're all good here, McCartney. We're all doing great. But I run to the kitchen sink and I stood that cut off finger back up where it kind of belonged, and I wrapped it with a fresh dish towel to hold it there. And my wife comes and she goes, "Oh my God, what a damn mess in the living room." I said, "I'll clean it when I get back from the doctor." She goes, "Well, you can't drive with your hand that way." And and she says, "I can't leave because of the kids that we'd have to haul them all with. What are you going to do?" I said, "Call your father-in-law and tell him to get his ass over here and give me a ride." Because he lived just across from us, about a block and a half. So he comes over and he's giving me a ride to the doctor. And I'm holding it up, and it looks like the finger's okay because it's wrapped. But as we're bouncing along, that damn finger starts flopping off to the side. And he looks at it and he goes, "That ain't good." He says that your finger's not supposed to bend in that direction. I go, "Oh yeah, this one can, because it ain't connected anymore." "Oh shit," he said. All of a sudden he's doing about 85, 90 miles an hour. It's right through town. Get to the doctor. Okay, so there's your fingers. It's this one that's cut off. I get to the doctor. I get this female emergency room doctor. She's checking it all out, and she goes, "Oh my God, man." She said, "This is going to hurt." She said, "We got to sew all those tendons back together, get the muscles all lined back up and get them stitched in place. Then we can do the outer stitching." And then it's going to be in a splint for weeks, she said. And she said, "This is going to take a long time to do." So she's got all these nurses helping her, and she gets all set up, and she's got a tray right smack in front of me and another one that's kind of kitty corner. And she puts my finger through this hole in a surgical mat. So just my finger stuck. That's all you can see. All the rest of everything's covered. And she's looking, they clean it up. She's looking at it. She goes, "Boy, that's a bad, bad cut." And I go, "Yeah." And she goes, "And how did that happen?" I said, "Well, I busted a coffee mug, and an edge of that coffee mug must have caught me right under the knuckle, and it cut the finger off at the knuckle." And I said, and she goes, "And then what did you say?" I said, I looked at it and I go, "Oh, I cut my fucking finger. Oh, no, I guess it's the one next to it." That stinking rotten woman, she didn't give me a local. She had all the needles laying there to give me locals to be able to stitch all those inner parts together. She gets in there with two forceps and starts pulling tendons and crap. And I'm pounding on the table on this side. And she goes, "Oh, man up a little bit." I said, "Man up. For God's sake, you didn't give me any of the local." She looked over there and she goes, "Oh, I guess I didn't." She was insulted by my finger comment. So she didn't give me any local. And she's got this shit-eating grin on her face, like, suck it up, boy. I ain't giving you nothing to take the pain away. I started yelling, help, help, help. This bitch is going to kill me. This old guy comes in there, and he happened to be a foot surgeon. He did like reconstructive surgery and stuff. And he come in and he goes, what's the matter in here? And she's going, oh, disgruntled patient. He'll be fine. And he looked at my finger and he says to her, stop, stop. He goes, have you given him any local? She goes, nah, he can handle it. He said, he says, I hate to do it, but he says, I am a senior doctor in this facility and I'm assuming your case. And I thought, yes, yes, yes. He got her out of there. He sat down. He took 5 of those needles, shot the hell all the way from way up here at the top of my, just where my finger attaches to the hand, all the way down. He even shot a needle through the tip. All 5 needles into that finger. He worked on that finger for an hour and 45 minutes. I never felt a thing. And he's going, I don't know why she wouldn't give you a local. This is major. And I said, I said that I cut my fucking finger, and then she gave me a dirty look, and I said, oh no, but then I found out it was the one next to it. He burst out laughing. I said, boy, what a personality difference between you and her. You can make a joke, she can't. But that was the nastiest finger cut I ever had, and it was because of running water.
I remember when
it was funny though, because for several months it was yes sir, no sir, yes sir. He was the most respectful kid you ever seen. When he said, I couldn't believe how you handled that, Dad. He says it was just like, oh, piss on it. What an inconvenience. I cut my finger off. I said, crap happens and you just live with it, you know.
When I was a kid, a friend and I think I was about 11, 12 at the most. We were playing chase on the beach, and someone had smashed a milk bottle on the beach.
Oh,
it was there sticking up like that.
Oh,
and I'm chasing after my mate, trying to catch him. I mean, he was faster than me anyway. All of a sudden, he just went down like a sack of potatoes, and he's screaming like hell, and he's got this milk bottle wedged right into the sole of his bare foot.
Oh.
And I remember I picked him up and carried him back to his house, because his house was a bit closer to mine. His was about a quarter mile away. Mine was maybe 200-300 yards more. And we're both about the same size, and I got there and I tried to knock on the door and hold him at the same time, and by then I was trembling with sort of weakness type thing. I couldn't do it, so I turned me back to the door and I'm kicking it with my heel. And eventually his dad comes out, and as I hear the door open and I turn around, he's like, what's happened? I said, his foot. And he looked at it and he went, oh my God. And his dad was an ambulance driver anyway, and he just took him straight out my arms. And his mum must have known what was going to happen, because as he's taken the boy out my arms, she's gone straight behind me, because I just went flop like a piece of wet toilet paper. And I can't remember how many stitches he had in his foot. Jesus Christ. That was terrifying. The bottle itself must have been about that tall. And that was all full of blood. There was blood splashing about all over the place where I'm trying to carry him home type thing. And mate,
did you see what WTF Mike says? Mike says, I have done more mortal danger to myself than both of those stories. I told some people what my wife really weighs one time. I love it.
That is risking life, Mike.
I tell you what, you're a brave man. That I used to always say that too. I'd let out one of my wife's little secrets that no one in the world should ever know, and then I'd run like hell, because I knew that she'd try to kill me. I wouldn't let her get that far, but I knew I'd be really hurt because she'd die trying to kill me.
I learned early on that if you do something like that, you can pray for death, but they won't let you die.
No,
They will keep you hanging in there just to extend the pain period that
that's
much
it.
longer.
The longer, the better. The longer, the better. Well, my ex-wife actually told me when I had had a micro stroke and some other issues that came along, and I was only in my I was in my mid to late 40s at the time, and the
Did they even
doctor
know what microstrokes were back then?
was that.
Did they even know what a microstroke was?
Hey, shut up.
Well, that had been
That's
about
not nice.
1730, 1725.
Yeah, they were well. These two space guys that showed up in a flying saucer that diagnosed me, but
No worries, Jojo. Take care, mate.
yeah, Dojo. Yeah, catch you later. But but they told me that I had to spend a couple of weeks bed rest or just sit in an easy chair, just all relaxation for 2 weeks. And I said, well, where the hell are you going to send me for that? Because it sure wouldn't be at home. I'll relax better at work than I will at home because my wife's there. That's dangerous sending me there. It could kill me. They said they thought I was joking. I was serious. I
Yeah,
got
it's a real
home.
peaceful place to be at home, stuck there with the wife while she's grafting away. And sorry, I've got to do bed rest.
Yeah, yeah.
It really
You know,
goes down well.
she came and picked me up from the hospital, and the doctors are telling her about how I'm supposed to have all this rest and no stress and blah 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 blah. And she, oh yeah, we'll see to it. We'll see to it. And I'm looking at her like she's lying to you. She's lying to you. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna get me home and kill me. She's stressing shit out of me, and I'll die.
Well,
We get home, and she says, you sit in that chair like the doctor said. You just sit there, and me or one of the kids will bring you your food. You don't do nothing. She says the only thing you have to do on your own is go to the bathroom, wipe your own ass. Otherwise, everything else will see to it for you. And I said, yeah, yeah. And what if I die? She said, that's a problem. Hopefully one of the kids will notice because I ain't paying attention to you for the next 2 weeks. She says, if it starts stinking real bad in here, I'll have one of the kids help me figure out what it is. And if it's because of you, because you died a week ago, that's just the way it'll be. And ever since then, I thought about that. I thought, if I have a major heart attack and die here, that woman, she'll come through, vacuum the floor around me. She'll wonder, why doesn't he smoke so much anymore? And he's just watching the same channel on TV all the time. And she'd never take the time to look at me and say,
Yeah.
oh shit, he turned kind of purplish black and he's
Why
starting
hasn't
to
he shut
reek
his
and he's
mouth? He's
twice
got
the
flies
size he
coming
used
in
to
and
be.
out.
She would not notice if I died. She wouldn't. And I fell down the stairs at the one house we owned, big long ass staircase going out in the backyard, and it emptied out on a big concrete patio. I fell down them damn stairs, just boom, 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 and I landed flat on my back on that concrete. And my ex-wife was standing on the porch. She doesn't say a word to me. She opens the door and yells at my youngest son, who at that time was in his mid-20s. She yells at him, your dad just fell on his ass out here. You might want to check on him. No, what kind of crap is that? I mean, she's yelling at somebody who's in the house watching TV.
Make the
You
best
might want to
form
come out
of
here and check on the guy that's only 8 feet away from me. That's how much she gave a shit. He might die out there. You want to check on him? Well, you're there. Well, I think you should check on him. Hey, unearthly wanderings.
Hey, Julie.
Hey, from Australia, down under. Great to have you.
How are
Way
you,
up,
Julie?
way up here in northern Wisconsin. Wow. Right from right from Sty and Andy's dreamland there. That's I'm so certain that's never
Good to hear.
that's on my bucket list, but I know damn well it's probably never gonna happen.
But Australia,
Yeah.
yeah, same here.
I would
I know
I
it won't happen. It can't happen. They won't allow me there.
that's it. That's your bummer.
Yeah,
And
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 Australia has in the
they won't
UK.
allow me on the plane because I can't afford the ticket. And they won't let me fly baggage.
So how come there's so many managed to come from all over the world that haven't got two pennies to rub together?
Yeah,
They somehow travel thousands of miles to get to their country of destination.
that's it. That's it. You know, I've had people tell me, "Well, get on a container ship and you can actually work part of your voyage out on the ship." I said, "I'm 62 years old." I said, "Yeah." Well, I said, "I don't want to clean the shitters on a container ship because that's what they have this old boy doing."
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
Uh,
I'd love to travel around the world by container ship, just hop in from ship to ship to ship and spending a month here and a couple of weeks there.
yeah,
And I think if I ever won the lottery, apart from the fact I don't do it, that'd be how I want to travel.
uh-huh,
Because unlike with airplanes, there's no jet lag or anything on a ship.
right. No,
You don't
because you
notice that
acclimate.
time difference.
It's the voyage is slow enough that you acclimate before you get there.
Yeah,
Yeah. See, and that's really the way I'd want to travel to some place far is on ship, on board. I I've flown enough in my life. I am sick of getting in a damn airplane and hanging on to my ass all the time, wondering if that's the last I'm going to feel it. Yeah, unearthly that travel so expensive.
yep.
It's nuts. The that's what's weird here in the U.S. from Wisconsin to Las Vegas. I can get a flight, round trip flight for $250. $250. I can fly out to Las Vegas, stay there for a weekend or a week, fly back, and it costs me $250 round trip. All within 60 miles of where I live is where I'd have to go to get on the plane. And I can stay in Vegas for, in the worst case, $45 a night. I get a nice hotel room. The only problem is they're a little noisy because the cheap ones are over the casino floor, and the buffets are $8.95, and you eat like a king. It's dirt cheap. Now it's the same distance for me to go east to Washington D.C. A round trip to Washington D.C. cost me $895.
You know what?
And I think it's a bigger gamble going to the U.S. Capitol than it is going
Yeah,
out to the gambling center.
they're relying on the taxpayer to be paying that.
The tax?
Yeah, the taxpayer. You know, with
Oh yeah,
politicians traveling here and there and whatever. That's why
oh
that's
yeah.
expensive.
The when I worked for the government, I could fly to Washington D.C. and back for about $350, less than about a third of what a standard citizen would pay. Government employees fly around up cheap. A couple times I flew free because I got to fly with our National Guard. They got a big airfield up by our airport. And I got buddies up there that are on the flight crew, and they'd say, "Oh yeah, we got a freight flight going out to D.C. and we're gonna land right next to Dulles Airport." They said, "You want to fly out?" Sure, sure. I'll be getting there 4 days early, but that's cool. and I'd ask them how much. Nothing. You're just part of the freight. I said, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, you're not always guaranteed much of a comfortable seat like that, though.
No. Fold up. They look like lawn chairs. they, if you're lucky, they got the equivalent to a boat cushion on them to sit
Yeah.
on. And when they tell you to strap in, you look and I got half of a seat belt. I'll just tie that to the seat frame over on this side.
Yeah. I'll just loop
Typical
that through a couple of belt loops. That will do.
unearthly, saying it's a quiet day there. The
You in the graveyard again, Julie?
who?
Julie. Julie.
Oh,
Unearthly Wanderings. That's her name.
so you're familiar with Unearthly?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Has to go to work at 8. What Unearthly? What time is it down there? AM, PM.
FM.
What time? I'm curious. I kind of got the seasons figured out.
Yeah. I know it's cold there at the moment.
Yeah, it's cold season for them folks.
I think their spring's just begun yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say, aren't they just going into spring right now?
Yep.
They usually go into spring just before we go into fall here. Yeah, I have to put feelers out for someone for the Around the World with Sty project this winter. I'll need people to pop up on the panel. Come on. Definitely need somebody from down under. I think I got somebody locked in for Alaska. I'm not positive yet, but I think so. And the rest of the world, there's so many of you guys. I
What
know
about
that's going to
Cody?
be different. Going all the way around the globe. I got so many of you guys that, yeah.
You would have heard Bentley's news, Richard at Bentley, or Richard and Michelle at Bentley's news this week, would you?
I couldn't hear that.
You wouldn't have heard Richard and Michelle's news at Bentley's Backwoods Bushcraft.
No.
They're converting their van.
Are they?
Yep.
Cool.
South for the winter, north for the summer.
Oh, really? Really?
That should work out nice.
Good for them. I had 3 different people this weekend telling me, Sty, sell your trailer and get a regular camper trailer. Or Sty, sell your trailer and get yourself a school bus and convert the school bus and just hit the road.
Because that'll happen free of charge, won't it?
Yeah, that's the thing is I know what I could probably get for my trailer, and I could get a school bus for that. But by the time I do all the interior working on it, I'd have a full year before that thing would be road ready. I'd be looking at 2021 before I could even dream of hitting the road with it. And I don't know. I was thinking of getting what they call mobile HughesNet. You mount a dish on the roof of your RV, and as long as you got a view of the southern sky, you can get internet, high-speed internet. And I said, well, I'd have internet on the road, but
can't always guarantee what way it's going to face, though.
I like the idea of following the nice weather, but there are some things about winter I still like, and I still got a brand new pair of snowshoes that haven't been on snow yet. I gotta use those this year.
Yeah, I think rather than a camper, I'd sooner have a sailing boat.
See, if I had experience with an actual sailboat and I thought I could handle it, I would do that. Another thing I had contemplated was selling everything off and buying me one of the old fishing tugs up here. And I know one guy that bought a 40-footer and he converted it into like a scuba diving tour boat. And he got her put together really nice. And the nice thing with them is you can put them in, and we've got two different ports here that you can winter them in, and you just let them freeze in. You freeze them in for the winter, and or if you pay the pull fee, they'll hoist it out, put it on piers for you, and they allow you to stay in it all winter. And those tugs, those are 6-inch thick planks covered with a steel hull. You talk about insulation. They
Yeah,
heat them dang things when they're fishing. The ice is they're busting ice to go fishing, and they heat them with a tiny little coal stove in them. It's just tiny, and they might burn a 55-gallon drum of coal once a week. They go through, and they heat that boat for 14 hours, 14 to 16 hours a day. So I was thinking, man, I can pick one of them tugs up for about $1,000 and stick another grand into working the motor over, make sure that the engine's running good. A lot of those old tugs still have their old 1, 2, or 3 cylinder old little diesels in them. You hear them pop, 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 and they run about, I don't know, 6 to 10 knots, cranked up. And they're designed for this lake, so
yeah.
you can harbor hop all over this lake all summer long, and then in the winter freeze it in.
That's what I like about sailboats. You can go anywhere in the world with it. All you need is a passport.
Yeah, if you got a passport, head to warmer waters,
Oh God, yeah.
and then you head north when the temps are good and the weather's good.
Or just hang around the equator.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yep. If I were to take off from here in a sailboat and hang out around the equator, one thing I absolutely know for sure, just as many people would show up for my funeral. Just as many there as there would be here. Actually, there'd probably be more down there because people down there would say, "Oh yeah, that old guy on the sailboat died. Let's go out there and have a funeral for him." Up here, they go, "Oh, that old bastard finally croaked." And if there ain't food, we ain't going. I actually had a buddy that he had it figured out, and he lived for about, it was close to 6 months. Him and his wife separated, and he had to pay child support and a bunch of other stuff, and he just couldn't afford to live. He says, "God, I can barely eat," and he kept getting fatter. And I said, "Well, how can you be getting so fat?" I said, "You were so concerned that you couldn't eat." He says, "I figured out the eating thing." And I said, "Well, how's that?" He says, "I eat for free." I said, "How do you do that?" He says, "I watch the obituaries and the weddings in the paper." He says, "Almost every single day of the week there's a funeral or there's a wedding going on." He says in this area, he says there's plenty of people getting married or dying. And he said, and it's always big gatherings. Nobody knows who the hell each other is. He says you go in there and they have these nice big meals. And I say, oh, you rotten bum. You rotten bum. He says, oh, yeah, it's all good food, too. He said some of the funerals can be a little off. He said it's potluck. And if they don't have any good cooks in the family, he says, yeah. He says, but the weddings are always good.
Yeah.
He says that you make up a bunch of sandwiches out of the meats they have, and you put them in a bag and haul them home with you. You got 2 more days of meals. Oh man, I told them, don't get that word out. All the homeless people in the world will be going to everybody's funerals and weddings. Yeah, we're homeless, but boy, do we eat good.
Just got to keep one decent suit.
That's right. That's right. Just one good set of clothes to get you in and out. Yeah. Well,
Right, Sty, we're gonna have to make a move, mate. This seat's beginning to kill me.
you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna give her up. I
Yeah.
can see why. Yeah, it's going right on to 4 hours, isn't it?
Don't know.
What did I say? over an
4:46.
hour ago. Over an hour
4:46.
ago, I said we'll be wrapping this up right at the top of the 4 hours. Oh,
Yeah, we've said that before though, and it's dragged on a little bit longer.
it just a little bit, just
Like
a little
13
bit
hours
longer.
more.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we can shut her down. I think we can shut her down.
Yeah.
Hey, all those that are still left out there, I see we still got 9 folks hanging around. That
Yeah,
that's great, folks.
asleep.
But Andy's getting. Oh, I'll have a new chair by the end of this month too. Ain't that cool? Yeah. And next Thursday, this background disappears and a new one goes up, and so a few things are going to change. But for now, all that's going to change is I'm going to try to get my butt out of this chair, go get a snack, and call it a early night for a stream night.
You know, I'm highly tempted to do a bowl of noodles.
Oh, you just convinced me.
5 minutes, that's all it'll take, and I'll be eating them.
That's it. You just convinced me. Yeah, I have to. And I think I'm going to short. I did this once. I shortened the water a little bit, so it was a little thicker, a little heavier, and then poured a bunch of that chili sauce on it. And oh, that was so damn good. Yeah.
You know, if you just want it a little bit thicker and heavier, you just put like, I don't know, a level teaspoon of cornstarch in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Thickens it right up like a cream soup.
Yeah. Just leave it another minute.
Yep. Let it set up. Oh,
powdery in texture.
Yeah. I got to get myself some cornstarch. I used up the last of mine. I had to make some gravy for some beef tips I had cooked up.
I'm always using cornstarch because one of the few things my stomach seems to work okay with is stew.
Oh, that's good.
So,
yeah, to me, stew is the way to go. Hey, Joran, good night.
Night, Joran.
Take care, mate. Good day.
Try not to work too hard.
Yep, some of us gotta.
Yeah, you keep.
Thank you very much for working, folks.
You keep paying your taxes, Joran. I'll keep claiming my sickness benefit.
That's the way I see it. Over on this end, anybody from the U.S., I want to thank every one of you for going to work today. Make sure my Social Security check keeps coming. So hey, yeah, no kidding. Yeah. So Andy, it has been great, man.
Same here, Sty. I'm glad you got away this week painlessly.
Yeah. Survived well. survived well this week, and looked forward to tonight. Now,
Yeah, I bet you're at least 10 pounds heavier than when you left.
I think I probably am. I I ate and didn't do as much hiking as I did eating, so yeah, I shouldn't be hungry, but I'm starting to feel hungry. So, well, if I don't, I probably will. But if I don't see you around in other people's streams, I'll see you Thursday night, man, and
Indeed.
we'll see if Sty can survive that. And just another Sty survival stories.
Yeah.
I
I'll
should
make sure I go to the toilet before that one.
I should do a playlist of survival with Sty, and then
Do you know what that song was that I gave Gil to play?
yeah, I don't know which song it was. I didn't.
It was Chopin's Funeral March.
Oh, is that what it was? Because I remember
Yeah.
you said it was
He didn't
Chopin,
play it.
and
Or he
that there
did
shouldn't
play
be
it,
a
but he didn't play
copyright,
it loud enough.
and that there shouldn't be a copyright
Yeah.
infringement
He
because
said,
he's
is
been
it
dead for
copyrighted? I went,
200
I
years.
don't think so. It's Chopin. He's been dead a couple hundred years.
That's it. I mean,
I don't know how
who
long
the
he's been
heck is
dead.
going to be able to claim that?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's got to be. I mean, it. I want to test that on some of that ancient stuff. Play it just to see if I get a copyright strike. Do a short video with some of it in there and see if I get a copyright strike. And then
Yeah.
ask YouTube, how the hell can they have copyrighted something that
Well,
was written
it might not be the
250
music.
years ago?
Yeah, it may not be the music that's copyrighted, but the performance might be.
That's it. But if you're not using their performance of it,
Yeah,
if
that's
it's
what I mean. How are they going to
self-performed,
prove whose performance it was?
right?
It's
That's
not
it.
like you've taken a file and attached it to your video, is it?
Right,
You can just play it in the background and record the sound of it in the background.
right. And then when they question it, say, "Hey, I had an orchestra right over here. Play it in the background for me." Proves I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't performed by anybody else. My own
That's
personal
how they
orchestra.
spy people out the back of the house.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That whole copyright thing, I think, is the dumbest shit in the world.
Oh,
I think they ought to have like a 10, 15-year limit on it, and after that, it's fair use.
yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, this is, and especially in this day and age, because it's just like with a movie. They make all their money in the first year.
Yep.
After that, it's just pennies they're making off of
Well, not
stuff.
only that, with movies, as people put up shit versions of movies on YouTube,
Yeah.
and there's been ones I've seen, like Terry Pratchett's Discworld and whatever,
Uh,
Magic, where I would never have bought those films had
no.
I not have seen them for free on YouTube first, and then gone and bought them.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, it's ridiculous. That, I, I'll never forget. You've seen that movie Blood of Heroes, right?
Possibly.
Rutger Hauer plays in it, and it's where they fight over a dog skull. It's like two teams. It's almost like a mixture of football and hockey and every violent sport mixed together, and you're allowed to kill each other, and it's just to put a dog skull on a stake at each end of the court. And it was made in Australia. It was made in Australia, and it's an awesome film. I love it. I wanted to own it, and you couldn't find that bugger anywhere except on VHS tape.
Oh, great.
And I had an old VHS player. I thought, I'm going to buy one. So, see ya, Yarn. And so
Later, mate.
I found one on eBay finally for sale, and I bought it. it comes to me. It won't play in my VHS player because it's Australian. It don't play in the
Typical.
U.S. players, and I'm like, damn it. So I put that back on eBay for sale or trade. I need a U.S. copy. Them
That's one of the things
bummers.
I love about DVDs, because although they're regionalized as well, you
Right,
can buy a region-free DVD player dirt cheap.
right. See, and that's it. Is I've got a Blu-ray DVD player that's multi-region.
Yeah,
You know, it was a little expensive because it's multi-region, but so I don't have to worry anymore.
yeah. It don't
Well,
matter whether they come from Japan, China, Australia, Britain, wherever.
yeah, and see, I spent
That is
about
another huge con.
yep, I
What's
spent about
what country
12
you're
years. I spent about 12 years trying to get Blood of Heroes on any form of media. Finally, I found somebody that there were two guys listing an American version on eBay, and I bid on both of them, thinking maybe I'll win one. I won them both, so I get both of them, and then my player died,
Oh,
and I,
good.
and I'm like, damn it to hell, I gotta go buy a player. I look on Amazon, and all of a sudden, boop, there it is. You can get it on Blu-ray. I said, what the crap? I spent all those years through all those struggles, and the sucker pops up on Blu-ray, $9.99. I paid $32 for one of those VHS and $39 for the other one. That's how rare they were. Now you can get it for $10 on Blu-ray. Oh, I was so pissed off. I was so pissed off. That I hate that when they do that to me.
Yeah, but to a
Yeah,
collector, those VHS would still be worth money
right,
purely because of the format that it's in.
right. And my son has those. My youngest boy, he has my whole VHS collection, and he's a smart kid. Boy, he takes them VHS about every 2 months, and he runs them through we call it the spinner. It's just a rewinder, and he runs them through because that's the worst thing you can do is just let them sit and sit and sit.
Yeah,
But you gotta keep that tape moving because it deteriorates and starts sticking together. And so he goes through that whole collection and spends a 3-4 evenings popping them in and speed running all of them. And you can pop those in a player and they play just like they're new. But he he put two and two together the value of some of those because you just can't get them. And people want that nostalgic, the old original media.
yep,
It's yeah, it's like vinyl. Vinyl's coming back.
yeah.
It's
Finals
coming back.
expensive as well.
Yeah, yeah. I can't believe how many turntables are available now. I mean, and new ones, brand new. They're coming out brand new. Really nice systems, and people have been throwing away all their vinyl. And saying, why should I had one of those old original players, video players. What the heck did they call those? But they had the big record discs you slid in the machine,
Oh, I know what you mean.
and we had a video store that had those, and they decided to get rid of them, to update everything to current technology. So I bought a player from them, and I bought, I think, 6 or 8 boxes of those big discs of movies, and almost every movie they ever made on those discs were in there. And we used it for a while, and but like everything else, you just start using the new stuff. And somebody heard that I had the system, and they said, "Well, what do you want for the system and all the discs?" I said, "I don't know. Make me an offer." And they said, "Well, how's $500?" Yeah, my mom. Yeah, okay. Come on. You can't get here fast enough. I paid
I know
40
we're going to
bucks
say
for the
something
whole
about the
works.
50.
I paid 40 bucks for the whole works because it was outdated technology. And
Yeah.
now it's a collector's item. I just, oh, jeez. Yeah, get 500 bucks. Come right over here and get that shit out of my way. Yeah. So sometimes it's worth keeping that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, 5 hours. There we go. My alarm's saying it's midnight. So shall we shut her down there, Andy, so you can walk
Yeah.
that off?
Oh, I ain't going to walk very far, just as far as the kitchen.
Yeah, yeah, that's me too. But my tail feathers feel like they're a little bent out of shape right now.
Yeah, you and me both.
I'm not used to sitting in the Sty chair for my streams. I got out of practice in that 7 days. But I might have a surprise stream this week. I don't know. But at the latest, it'll be Thursday.
I was about
I
to say,
might
just
pop
see
one
how
up.
you feel, because at the end of the day, I'm not being funny. You don't know how you're going to feel tomorrow.
That's
You
it.
might
That's
wake up
it.
and feel like, Jesus Christ, everything hurts.
That's I'm anticipating tomorrow to be an odd one, or I might feel like $1,000,000, or I might just say, "Oh Jesus, I can't even
Yeah,
get
you
to the
might feel like
crapper from here."
39.5 cents as well.
Yeah, I should have brought a chamber pot in the bedroom last night because I don't even want to go to the crapper. It hurts so much. Yeah, felt good all week out at camp, but that don't mean it's gonna feel good here.
No.
Yeah, and my nice soft bed might feel like crap compared to the cot I got used to. My last 2 nights of sleep were worth $1,000,000. And that old creaky old stiff cot. And I had finally had it figured out where all that's
Yeah, well, the
come.
only springs are attached to the axles.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Okay, let's wrap her up.
Yeah.
And
If there's anyone
thanks,
left,
folks.
have a good night.
You too, buddy.
No, I'm
You
saying if
too.
there's anyone left in chat that hasn't fallen asleep, have a good night.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anybody that's still awake out there, good night. We'll see you all next time.
Well,
Bye,
then,
guys.
take care, Sty. Great
You
seeing you,
too.
mate.
You bet.
Ciao.
Okay, folks. That's it. We're going to be wrapping her up for tonight, and we'll catch you all Thursday night at the latest. I may have a midweek stream, and other than that, guaranteed. Well, I'll have some videos popping up this week. Otherwise, Thursday night, we'll see you all around the campfire, okay? And I'm going to be eating that super hot chocolate that night. So you might want to come on over and invite some friends to watch a crazy old fool. So until then, we'll see you around. Take care, guys. Bye bye.